Hello, everyone. I am your dark narrator here to guide you today. I know many of you use this video to help you drift off to sleep, but before you do, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, drop a comment letting us know where you're from and what time you're watching. Now settle in, get comfortable, and relax. I recently went on a date with a guy from my school who I met on a dating app. He seemed super sweet and charming over text, so I agreed to go on a date with him, especially after two friends told me they knew him from a class where he was a generally funny guy. We go to a small, pretty prestigious university, which also made me sure that he would be normal. He was supposed to meet me at 6 to go on a picnic, but ended up picking me up at 8:30. He texted me to reschedule to 8 and ended up showing at that time. He drove me to his apartment, and although uncomfortable, I agreed to go in because of everything I already knew about him. The apartment was only lit with one candle and a small glowing light on the floor, which didn't add much. It was a multiple bedroom apartment that he lived in alone, which made it even more odd. We talked and ate some food, and he seemed nervous and uneasy for most of it. He suddenly switched the conversation to our deepest, darkest secrets and asked if I'd ever seriously thought about killing anyone. After I said no, he made up a story about being in the Navy and having to bomb a ship and killing 5 people. When I was unsure how to respond, he sort of just passed it off as a joke and said that he had seriously thought about killing someone else, his ex's current boyfriend. I was extremely uncomfortable at this point and wanted to leave, and he agreed to drive me home. Before we left, he said he wanted to show something to me and pulled out a rifle that he pointed in my direction. When I got startled, he remained eerily calm and said he got it for hunting, but couldn't think of even killing an animal. We left, and I got back to my friend's place safely. Everyone I've told has been flabbergasted about how the date went, and I can't shake the feeling that something was off about him, and it's creeping me out. And to clarify, I mean like something more sinister about him. Samantha told me about it on our 3rd date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. "There's something you need to know," she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. "I'm not ready for a relationship, nothing to do with you, of course." It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear because I was already crazy about her. "Okay," I said. "I have a removable face." "That's a new one." "You have a what now?" I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. "I have a removable face." "Is that like a metaphor or something?" My face is literally removable. "Look closely." She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. "You can see the seam." After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. "Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that," said Samantha. "I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you, and I want to take the next step, but this is non-negotiable." "Okay," I said, unsure of what was happening. "Not a problem." "So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good." "There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand?" Yes, got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face." Samantha stood up. "Now I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that, but if you're gone, I'll understand." She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle rotting away. Could I kiss her if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled and I was in love. We dated. We moved in together. We decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural, but every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it, about what, if anything, had happened, about how it was possible to make the removable face look so real, about what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it, you know I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor's party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together and visited each other at college often and spent the summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions, most of which I couldn't answer. What's underneath? I don't know, man, I don't know. Doesn't that drive you crazy, not knowing? I shrugged. Lots of stuff I don't know. Don't know how to do calculus, and I don't know what happens when we die. But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look. Like you could set a camera up in the bathroom, that's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know. I sighed. Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love. Chris laughed. You telling me to respect a woman? Up is down now. Then we fell back into talking about old times as a new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard, deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. God damn it, I groaned. I have to make a work call. Seriously? Said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. On a Saturday night? My biggest client, baby, sorry. It is what it is, I guess, said my wife. I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris? Are you okay just hanging out for a bit? Chris smiled. I'll be fine. Got my beer, got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy-ass husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy. I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. "Don't come in!" screamed Samantha. "I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked." She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified, and I wanted to rush into the bathroom. But I knew suddenly that that would be a mistake. I knew suddenly that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris staggered backwards out of the bathroom. He was holding a straightened-out paperclip which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now he was stabbing it again and again into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself. "Call a fucking ambulance," my wife screamed. "Don't come in here, he fucking looked." I turned and ran back to the side yard, where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hung up on him and called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done hastily and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a psychiatric hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind and mostly catatonic, except when he slips into a violent babbling mania. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of psychedelic mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, we would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again. And what after that? I had no idea and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what the consequences of refusal were. I did get a follow-up call from the police asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of psilocybin in Chris's blood, though that's not unheard of, since it has a short half-life. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's truly the least of my concerns. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always crooked now. It is beginning to smell a little bit. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. "He knew," I said. I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. "This is not on you, baby. Please, talk to me." "Not on me? That one look at my fucking face makes people insane. Please, I just need some time alone." As for me, I'm doing my best to hold it together. Do you know what's strange, though? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. More curious than ever, really. Rainbow Creek isn't the most interesting town, and it likely wouldn't exist at all if not for the 2 colleges it was built around, or the federal prison a few miles outside of town. It's a small city nestled in the Montana mountains, and while the locals are happy to live the small city life, college students like me crave things that remind us of the cities we came from. That's what brought me into Gannon's antique shop. Back home, my mother would take me antiquing with her. She had a taste for the old and unusual, and as I was nearing the end of my first semester of my freshman year, I found myself feeling homesick. So one day, as the cold late autumn air nipped at my skin on my evening walk, I finally decided it was time to drop into the old antique store. There was an old bell that rang as I opened the door, and the old man behind the cash register barely acknowledged my presence, looking up from a stack of old documents he was reading that I guessed must have something to do with the jeweled sword laid out on the countertop. I started browsing the wares and was quick to notice that this was unlike any antique shop I'd ever been in before. The antique stores I was used to shopping at with my mom had old things, some up to maybe 200 years old, but this place was in an entirely different class. Old was not a strong enough word for many of the items Old Man Gannon had for sale. Many of them would be better classified as antiquities. The newest item I found was labeled as being from the year 1852, but most were older than the 15th century, and some were even marked as being over 2,000 years old. It was one of these older items that caught my attention. It was a bronze figurine, roughly 6 inches tall, of a winged, goat-headed hermaphroditic creature with serpents crawling across its belly. The craftsmanship was exquisite, showing every detail in clear relief with such a lifelike appearance that I could almost see it move. The eyes were made of some kind of deep red jewel that seemed to glint with a light all their own. The body was completely corrosion-free and shone like it had just been polished. It was ugly and beautiful. It was alluring and horrifying. I had to have it. I checked the label next to it. It read simply, Idol of Baphomet, circa 500 CE, $3,600. I was no expert on ancient artifacts, but I did know that high-quality art from before the Renaissance was ridiculously expensive. And this figurine, this idol, was far more finely crafted than anything I had seen in museums. If it was real, it was a true masterwork of antiquity, and that made it vastly underpriced. Still, $3,600 is a lot of money. It was, in fact, exactly as much money as I had in my bank account after paying bills for the month. I'd been saving for a rainy day, setting aside something from every paycheck I'd received since I got my first part-time job at the age of 16, and it represented my life savings. But this idol was too good an opportunity to pass up. I took it to the checkout counter and got old man Gannon's attention. "I want to buy this," I declared. He looked at me, and he looked at the small idol I had set on the counter, then back at me again. "I don't think you want that particular item," he replied. "It's special. You don't pick it, it picks you." I scoffed. "Don't insult me, old man," I replied testily. "I may just be a student, but I have enough money for this." I handed him the label with the price listed, and he examined it intensely. "That's not the price I put on it," he said slowly. "It's the price," I replied hastily, sensing that the old man was going to claim the idol was supposed to cost more before jacking the price up. In fact, I was certain of it. An item of that age and quality was definitely worth more. He probably left a zero out of the price by accident. "It's the price," I repeated, "and I have exactly enough money to pay for it." I produced my debit card from my wallet and held it out to him. He stared at me thoughtfully for a moment before taking my card and running it. The charge came up as good. "It seems the idol has chosen you after all," he said, and I could swear I detected a hint of sadness, maybe pity in his voice. "Be careful with it." "Wait here," he commanded, then went into the back room before reappearing a minute later with a binder. "This is the provenance of your antique," he said in a businesslike tone. "Be sure to read it as soon as you get home. It tells you the story of this particular item as far back as is known. There are gaps in the history, but that's expected for an item of this age." I took the binder from him and flipped it open. It was filled with documents in protectors, half of them old and in other languages, and the other half new translations to English placed in a separate protector behind each original document. "Don't forget to read them," Old Man Gannon said warningly as he packaged my new idol for transport home. "Always know the details of anything you buy, new or old." "Sure thing," I said dismissively as I took the package from him and scooped up the provenance binder. "I'll read it at my first opportunity." If only I had actually done as I said, maybe I wouldn't be in the position I'm in now. I hurried home with my prize and placed it in the center on my desk's bookshelf. I stepped back to admire it, snapped a picture with my phone, texted it to my mom, and called her to tell her about my amazing find. We spoke for a little more than an hour, a lot of our conversation being speculation about the true value of such an artifact, wrapping up with a promise that we would take it to an appraiser when I came home for the summer. It was early evening by that time, and all of my friends were done with classes for the day. So I put the binder of provenance on the bookshelf, left to go party with the girls, and promptly forgot about it. I got home late and exhausted, so tired that I fell into bed fully clothed, and I swear I was asleep before I even hit the mattress. I had vividly troubled dreams, visions of damned souls screaming in eternal torment in hell, images of violence and bloodshed among the living. Lies, pain, and betrayal were all around. Behind it all, ever in the background, was a winged, goat-headed figure with glowing red eyes and an evil smile splayed across its caprine lips. The next day was tough, not just because I stayed out too late and my first class was early, but also because my dreams seemed to have sapped the rest from my sleep, leaving me slow and foggy all day long. I barely made it through my classes, went to my dorm, and promptly went to bed despite it being early afternoon. My dreams remained troubled, filling my head with the same visions as the night before, only closer, more present this time. I could swear I actually smelled the stench of sulfur and burnt flesh. I could feel the pain and anguish of betrayed lovers. I could taste the iron blood in my mouth as people were gruesomely murdered, mixed in with the overwhelming cacophony of torment. I began to feel my own response. Horror and revulsion gripped my heart, and I felt like I was suffocating, barely able to breathe as I choked on the smoke of billions of damned souls. I felt physical pain, and my mind screamed to wake up, but I could not. I was trapped in the hell world of my dreams and there was no escape. I was bound to sleep, forced to suffer along with the many, many tortured souls that filled my every sensation. It felt like a lifetime that night, and when I woke up to my alarm blaring next to my head, it was with a great gasp for air, trembling, and a racing heart that took many minutes to slow down as I went from gasping to hyperventilating as the panic overwhelmed me. It was only when I was able to convince myself that it had all been a dream, a horrible, horrible dream, and the waking world was safe that I finally was able to slow down my breathing and eventually get myself under control. I looked over to my desk and set my eyes upon the idol of Baphomet sitting in a place of honor where it was easily visible. Seeing it, I was reminded of how the demonic figure in my dreams had taken on the form of my new relic, and I wondered for a moment if the two were somehow connected. I walked over and picked it up, examining it closely from all angles. It was so lifelike, and the gem eyes were so lustrous that they seemed to glow much like the eyes of the dream demon. "How peculiar," I muttered quietly. "Why are you showing up in my nightmares? You're beautiful." I stared into the luminous gemstone eyes of the idol as I spoke, and it felt as though they were staring back at me until I finally set it down in its place of honor and left to attend my first class of the day. My friend, Geraldine, could see that I was out of sorts during our first class and caught up to me when it was over. "What's going on?" she inquired. "You look like something's eating you." "You have no idea," I replied exasperatedly. "Then give me the idea," she quipped. Her manner may have been on the sassy side, but I knew she was sincere. "I've been having nightmares the last couple of nights," I told her. "Real bad ones, and they feel more like I'm actually there than like I'm dreaming." I trailed off at the end, then continued. "But that's ridiculous, right? They're just dreams. I don't really feel, smell, and taste anything in them any more than I see and hear in a normal dream. At least 0.0. I don't think so." Geraldine looked thoughtful, her thin, arched eyebrows pinched in concern. "I don't think so," she replied. "But then I've never heard of people dreaming in all 5 senses before. Maybe we should head over to the library and check out a book on dreams." I shook my head. "No, you can go if you want to, but I have enough dream stuff on my mind without researching brain patterns or mythology." Geraldine cocked her head to the side. "Fine," she said. "Then how about we blow off some steam by skipping class and day drinking in your dorm room? I'll even bring a dime bag to share. Your roommate dropped out. Nobody's going to bother us while we have our own little party." "I have to admit that sounds like fun," I replied with a smile. "And I could definitely use something to clear these thoughts out of my head." "Great," she chirped happily. "You head home, and I'll meet you there in an hour with everything." Geraldine was true to her word, and she showed an hour later, almost to the minute, with a backpack full of beer, a flask of whiskey, and a baggie of weed and rolling papers. We launched right into our private party, leading off with a couple of Boilermakers before lighting a couple of joints. Underage drinking and drug use be damned, I felt happy and free for the first time since the nightmares began. We chatted like we always do, about anything and everything that is, except my nightmares, and the distraction proved good for me. Having those dark thoughts pushed aside for a little bit of chemically enhanced normalcy was exactly the medicine I needed. After our 5th game of Uno, Geraldine happened to look at my desk and noticed the idol for the first time. "What's that?" she inquired, curiosity taking over. I walked over, picked it up, brought it to the table, and set it down in between us. "This is an antique idol of Baphomet from the 6th century, I informed her. "I picked it up at Gannon's a couple of days ago, and I'm pretty sure I got it for way less than what it's worth." Geraldine was fixated on the small idol. "May I pick it up and take a closer look?" she asked. "I've never seen anything like it." "Go right ahead," I replied with a wave of my hand. "Just don't drop it. I'm taking my mom out to get it appraised with me this summer. If it's worth bank, I'm selling it, and I want to get top dollar." She picked it up carefully and turned it over this way and that as she examined it closely. "I didn't think people knew how to make such detailed sculptures back then," she replied. "The details are finer than even the greatest Greek and Roman master sculptors, and art was in decline in the 6th century. "You would know that, Ms. Art Major," I laughed. She looked concerned. "I'm serious," she replied gravely. "The work is too detailed to be a bronze sculpture from that time period. How do you know it's not a fake?" My jaw dropped in surprise. I never thought about that," I stammered. "I bought it at Gannon's, so I just assumed the old man wouldn't rip me off." "Did he give you any documentation we can use to validate it?" she asked. It took me a moment to remember, but when I did, I got up and went to my bookshelf. I pulled out the binder old man Gannon had given me and brought it to Geraldine. "He gave me this," I stated. "He called it Provenance." Geraldine set the idol down and took the binder from me. She opened it and flipped through the pages, quickly glancing at each document, taking only long enough to note that the originals showed the proper signs of age before moving on to the next page. She nodded her head approvingly. "This is good," she said brightly. "Have you read any of it yet?" I shook my head. He said I should as soon as possible, but I've been too busy and tired to bother. "Mind if I borrow this then?" she asked. "I'd love to learn the history of this little demon of yours." Something about the word demon shook me slightly as the word rattled around in my brain. I dismissed it as nothing more than the jitters from 2 nights of vivid nightmares. "Go right ahead," I accented. "You're better qualified to validate this art stuff than I am." "Great," she replied happily as she closed the binder. "Now how about you put your demon back where it belongs and have a rematch?" And that's what we did until the hour was late, and we were both thoroughly faded. We said goodnight, and Geraldine took the binder with her. My dreams that night were less intense. The hellish torments and violence were replaced with a singular vision of Baphomet seated atop a throne of bone with rivers of blood flowing out from the base. He spoke to me in a deep voice, speaking a dark language that I could not understand. With each word, I could feel a sensation in my brain like thin threads wrapping around the inside of my skull. The great demon said something I didn't understand, but the tone made it clear that it was a command. I obediently approached the throne and held out my hand. He took it in one great hand, and his grip was like a vice, though I did not resist. He closed his other hand, leaving only his index finger outstretched. Then he lowered it to my open palm and drew his long, sharp talon along it, leaving a deep, bloody gash behind. I felt the sting as his claw pierced my skin, and the slicing burn as he cut my palm open, but I did not scream. He let go of my hand and stretched his arms and wings out wide as he stared so deep into my eyes that I could swear he saw my very soul. Under some compulsion, I raised my cut and bleeding hand and pressed it against his bare chest, directly between the breasts, right over his heart. Something surged through my body, and it was both exquisitely delightful and exquisitely agonizing at the same time. It branched like lightning through every organ and limb and sat in my brain like fire. Then I woke up, my alarm blaring, telling me it was time to get up and get ready for class. I turned it off, sat up, and that's when I noticed the severe, throbbing pain in my right hand. I looked at it and screamed in horror. My hand was cut across the palm, blood oozing slowly through a fresh, partially cauterized wound, just like it was in my dream. The amount of panic I experienced at this is beyond my ability to describe. I screamed, and I kept screaming until people began pounding on my door. If I hadn't stopped and answered it, they would have battered it down to rescue me from whatever had me screaming so loud and long. Several people offered to escort me to the doctor when I showed them my garish wound, but I refused. They would have asked questions, and my answers would have made me look crazy. Who would believe that I merely went to bed, dreamed about a demon cutting my palm, and woke up to a slashed hand in real life? They would think I was either crazy or having a mental breakdown. I lied and told them it was an accident, that I was only screaming in pain and that I would go to the doctor. None of it was true. I called Geraldine and she didn't answer her phone. I called again and again and again to no avail. I went to her dorm and her roommate didn't know where she was. She didn't come to class. I was fully freaking out by the time I returned to my dorm and was fully relieved to see Geraldine waiting at my door with the binder of Provenance and a dusty old book that looked like no had read it in years. She didn't wait for me to acknowledge her. "We need to talk in private now," she insisted, dispensing with all of our usual pleasantries. "Okay," I said dumbly, taken aback by her alien demeanor. I unlocked my dorm and we both entered. No sooner was the door closed than Geraldine began to speak rapidly. "We have a problem," she blurted. "A big, giant, humongous, gigantic problem." She hurried to the table without waiting for a response and put the binder and the book down on it. "Sit," she insisted. "Wait," I replied. "Whatever it is, I think we need a drink." She nodded in agreement, and I retrieved a couple of beers from the fridge, cracked them open, set them down on the table, and took my seat. Geraldine responded by picking up her beer and chugging it faster than I had ever seen her do before. She looked like she thought it might be the last beer she ever drank, and didn't want to waste a moment downing it. She slammed the empty can down on the table, belched, and tapped the binder with her free hand as she wiped her mouth on her sleeve. "I couldn't sleep last night, so I read this," she began hastily. Catching herself, she slowed down. "I couldn't sleep because I was having the same crazy nightmares you told me you've been having, and I woke up having a panic attack after just an hour of sleep. So I decided to read the documents your little statue came with." "Idol," I corrected. "It's an idol." "I know that," she growled testily. "Stop being pedantic and listen to me. If these documents are telling the truth, we have a big problem and we have to find a way to fix it." I took a big drink of my beer. "I think you're right," I sighed. "I had a different dream last night, but when I woke up I had this." I showed her my right hand and her eyes grew wide at the sight of the gash across my palm. "Oh, no," she said slowly. "No, no, 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 no." She grew more frantic with every no. "It's really happening. God help us, it's really happening." "What's happening?" I asked seriously. She looked into my eyes with a fixed, panicked stare. "Baphomet, the real Baphomet, is coming for us." I shook my head in disbelief and took another swig of beer to calm my nerves. What she said was unbelievable, but she obviously believed it, and it was enough to make me question my own firm belief that nothing supernatural is real. "That's impossible," I replied without conviction. "And even if he were coming for me, why would he come for you?" Geraldine opened the binder to spot she had bookmarked and tapped the page repeatedly with her finger. "It says here that the idol finds those whom Baphomet has chosen to be his servants. It says that he comes to them in their dreams, and after tormenting them with visions of their future, he binds them to him in an eternal blood oath." "No way," I said hesitantly, my lack of conviction apparent in every syllable and pause. "If that were true, there would be records, a lot of them." Geraldine turned her hands to point down at the binder. "There are," she insisted, "right here. Over 100 of them. They are personal accounts and eyewitness accounts of the people who once owned your idol, and what it did to them and those around them. It's dangerous." Old Man Gannon's words echoed in my memory. "Be sure to read it as soon as you get home," I murmured. "What?" Geraldine asked, not quite hearing me. "Old Man Gannon told me to make sure to read the binder as soon as I got home," I replied. "I didn't, and you're starting to make me think I should have." She turned the pages back to the first one, then flipped to the English translation. "Read this," she commanded, sliding the binder over to me. "Beware the idol of Baphomet," I read aloud. "This graven image is no mere trinket. It is empowered by the demon lord himself, and failure to perform the proper rituals will result in your doom." I looked up at my friend. "This is serious?" I asked, already knowing the answer, but wishing for a different one. She nodded gravely. "It goes on to give a detailed ritual that must be performed before you go to sleep any day that you touch the idol once it comes into your possession. Failure to do it opens you up to Baphomet and allows his influence to spread to others through you if you let them touch it too. They can cleanse themselves with the same ritual, but it has to be done before they go to sleep, or else he can claim them too." "Then let's do the ritual," I blurted. "Let's do it now and get it over with, and never touch that accursed thing again." Geraldine shook her head with tears welling up in her eyes. "It doesn't work that way," she said sadly. "Once he's in you, he's there to stay. This binder is filled with people's failed attempts to regain their freedom once they let Baphomet in, and nothing worked. No exorcism, no ritual, no holy trinket. Nothing released them from the demon's grasp." I felt a crushing weight inside my chest as her words sunk in. I sat back in my chair, fully deflated. "So there's no hope," I said resignedly. "We're both doomed." "Maybe not," she replied with faint hope. "One of the documents mentions a book called, well, in English it's called The Tome of Dreams. I went to the library as soon as it opened, hoping to find a translated copy, and I did." She held up the dusty old book triumphantly. "I spent my entire day reading it, and it mentions a way to fight back, but it has to be done inside the dream itself, but there's a catch." "And?" I inquired impatiently, not liking the theatrics. "It says that if you fail, your fate is sealed, and the totem that brought the demon upon you will seek out a new servant." "Well, that's not high stakes at all," I said sarcastically. "And what happens if we do nothing? If I just keep the idol and go about my life as best I can with completely messed up dreams?" She gave me a serious, fixed gaze that demanded and held my attention. "The same thing, only slower as he gradually hollows you out and enslaves you to his will." I felt utterly defeated. Then I guess we have no choice. What do we do? Not we, she corrected. I am the most recent person touched by Baphomet's influence. I have to do it first, and if I succeed, I can guide you through it, both here and in the hell world. You mean the dream world? I asked. No, she said flatly. These dreams aren't dreams. They're us, literally us, our souls, being taken to Baphomet's realm in hell. It's a hell world. It took a moment for the gravity of her revelation to properly sink in. Well, that period sucks, I groaned. Geraldine produced a thermos from wherever she had it hidden on her body. How had I not noticed it before? Tonight, before going to bed, I'm going to drink this. It's a tea made from a blend marijuana, peyote, and ayahuasca. It's a shamanic thing with no connection to the Judeo-Christian tradition that Baphomet belongs to. It taps into the older pagan era, when he was worshipped as a dark god. I'm going to drink this, perform the ritual in the hell world itself, and free myself of this curse before helping you do the same thing. I was out of my depth. What she told me made no sense, but I could not deny the physical proof cut into my own hand. I wanted to deny it. I wanted to scream that it was all nonsense. I wanted to laugh and call it absurd. I wanted anything other than to admit the truth and face reality. The reality is that I messed up big time. As big as anyone can mess up, and not only was I paying for it, but so was my friend and classmate. And it was all my fault. It was my fault for buying the idol in the first place. It was my fault for ignoring old man Gannon when he told me the idol was not for me. It was my fault for ignoring him again and not bothering to read the binder he gave me and warned me to read. It was my fault for letting Geraldine touch the idol after these previous faults. It was all mine and I hated it, but I was impotent to do anything about it. Geraldine drank her potion and went to bed in my dorm that night. I don't know what she did, but my own dreams were peaceful at first. They were nothing more than the ordinary, meaningless drivel of a mind sorting out what it had been taking in. Then, at the end, everything shifted suddenly, and I found myself in Baphomet's throne room once again. I saw him lift Geraldine up with one clawed hand until she was left dangling over the edge of the throne. She gasped as she clawed futilely at his iron grasp. He spoke in that same strange language, his deep voice resonating throughout the room and my own body and mind. I could not understand the words themselves, but somehow, I knew their meaning. Failure. Now take your place forever. Then there was great snap, and I saw Geraldine's head suddenly cocked too far to one side, her mouth hanging slack, staring straight ahead with lifeless eyes. Baphomet turned his fell gaze upon me and spoke again, and I knew, somehow I knew he was promising terrible, terrible things, and I would live long enough to regret my mistake before he took me to spend eternity at his side in hell. That was 6 days ago. At least, that's what the calendar on my computer is telling me right now. My body is cut up and bruised, and I hurt to my very soul. When I came to this morning, Geraldine was missing. There is only a bloodstain where she had lain to go to sleep that night. The idol is missing too. Where it went, I cannot know. Honestly, I hope Geraldine somehow survived, that my dream was a lie, and she took the accursed thing to destroy, or failing that, hide it where no one will ever be cursed by its presence again. But I don't think that's what happened. My head is filled with fuzzy visions of terrible deeds, seen through my own eyes, but as though I am merely an observer in my own body, like someone else was in control the whole time. I went online and searched up the strange visions in my head, and they are all real. The murder of a family of 5 2 days ago, slaughtered with such brutality that the cops are unsure if it was man or beast that did them in. The torture of a classmate out in the woods, left for dead once she was too weak from blood loss to scream anymore. A cinder block dropped from an overpass, smashing the windshield of a passing car below, causing it to careen out of control and cause a 40-car pileup with over a dozen fatalities. These visions, and more, so many more, were all true. The last 6 days have been marred by murder and mayhem, and I know that I am at the center of it all. These bloodstains on my clothes are not only my own. They are the blood of my victims, too many victims, and the memory of the atrocities I committed are coming back like a crashing wave. The dreamlike fog I first saw them in, the faint wisp of a memory that first set to my task of researching them, has been blown away. I know what I did. I know my crimes. I know that I was not in control of my own body as I committed them, and I know that I liked them. God help me, I liked them. I know I should turn myself in. I know I need to go to the police, confess, and have them throw in solitary confinement before I fall asleep again. But I can't. I won't. My will is no longer my own. My will, my body, and my soul belong to Baphomet. I am his to do with as he pleases. 6 days a week I am bound to labor for him. One day only, the Lord's Day, I am free to do as I will. Even if I wanted to, I don't know if I could turn myself in. I don't know if Baphomet would exert his will or influence to stop me. I am bound to him now. By blood I am bound, and nothing can change that now. What I can do is tell my story. I can warn you that if you find the idol of Baphomet, do not take possession of it, don't even touch it. The binder with the protection ritual is gone now. Destroying it was the first thing I did when my master took over my body. Without it, you are as helpless to resist him as I was. I know what I should do. I know I should go to the police. I know I should end myself if I don't imprison myself. It's the right thing to do, but the truth is, all I want to do is go to sleep and let my master take control for the next 6 days. I just hope he doesn't follow through on his threat and take me home. I know his intentions for my family, and I have seen his handiwork firsthand. Emily wanted to be scared. At first I shared her enthusiasm, setting up movie nights twice a week and chewing through an ever-growing list of the scariest films we could find. I was a pretty big movie buff myself, so I contributed my own favorites to the list. It started innocently enough. Emily had just gone through a bad breakup and was trying to take her mind off the hurt. As her roommate, I was happy to lend a helping hand. It had nothing to do with the fact I was infatuated with her. I knew she didn't see me that way. It was something I had to stomach and forget about. Sometimes someone just needs a friend. We started with the classics. Michael, Jason, Freddy, Pinhead, Leatherface, bowls of popcorn, cans of light beer. Some nights we ordered Chinese takeout, laughing and pointing with chopsticks as unfortunate individuals screamed and met their demise. It was really fun, and experiencing the thrills once more built up a sense of camaraderie. It felt like it was more than a trip down memory lane. I thought the excitement wouldn't last for long, but it became a ritual of ours. On the days we didn't work, we would go sit on a little bench by the lake and burn, excitedly scribbling more titles in a little red notebook to the list as we passed a joint back and forth. She would always wear this oversized Coheed and Cambria hoodie she bought online, 2 sizes too big from a shipping error. It was adorable watching her jot things down, hood pulled up like she was hiding. I hooked up an old PC rig I wasn't using to the living room TV, and we would use it to either stream or play DVDs we picked up from the bargain bins at the store. We would plot out the week's movies, twice a week, sometimes a third. We would always watch 2 movies back to back, often staying up too late discussing cheesy on-screen kills or chilling scenes. As we crossed names off the list, we had the pleasure of revisiting old favorites. I always thought it would fizzle out when she found another boyfriend, but would always come back with more for next time. As the weeks passed, we relished in one iconic scene after another. Leslie Nielsen's stone-cold killer in Creepshow, the terrible Achilles tendon cut in Pet Sematary, Angela's unforgettable face in Sleepaway Camp. As the film slowly haunted my dreams with childlike nightmares, I noticed a strange theme with our movie binges. None of it seemed to scare Emily. Soon she started to dig deeper. She started checking forums, going through list after list of top chilling horror movies, the ones that stuck with you for days. Soon the movie nights felt less like a fun hangout and more like a trial. I know it was lingering grief from the breakup, or a crisis of some sort. Everyone goes through the phase of gritty, soulless movies, but it was starting to feel like punishment. I wanted to be there for her, but I started having to brace myself for each session. The uncomfortable silence in Calvaire, the way too long scene in Irreversible. I was rapidly approaching my limit, but Emily didn't even wince. Her eyes were glued to the screen, the awful imagery reflected in her gaze. As I fought the urge to look away, she was looking for something, looking for more. That night, she opted for a third movie, and with that, a bottle of liquor. We usually didn't party like that, aside from the tokes on the lake and the light beer. Despite my reluctance, I agreed. We poured some roughly measured shots and sat in for the latest showing we had done yet. It was a movie I hadn't seen but had heard rumors about. A Serbian film. I couldn't finish it. I was completely repulsed. It was nothing like the other movies we had watched. It was disturbing for the sake of disturbing. This wasn't what our movie night was supposed to be about. I was a little drunk, and the night ended in an argument. The movie nights were over. Whatever magic it held evaporated as I walked to my room to go to bed. She finished the movie on her own, her eyes devouring the screen alone in the TV's glow. She just sat on the couch, her hood pulled up. I felt guilty for leaving her, but her search for terror had driven a wedge between us. We didn't speak for a couple of days after that. We went about our separate ways, avoiding unnecessary contact before and after work. I wished we could go back to the fun stage instead of walking on eggshells in our own home. Emily spent a lot of time in her room on her computer. I could see the light still on under the door, the faint sound of music playing into the late hours of the night. I just let her have her space. "Have you heard of the papier-mâché man?" she asked one morning. I was about to leave for work, and she caught me as I was about to walk out the door. It was like the sour end to our movie night had never happened. I told her I didn't, but I was curious. She elaborated that she had spent the last couple of days surfing the web in search of something actually scary. This had taken her down a rabbit hole in the shadiest parts of the internet, where she had seen a bunch of clips and photos that surpassed the horror of the last film I had bailed on. Straight-up snuff films, live decapitations, worksite accidents. This went way beyond 10 harrowing images taken before disaster. Just the thought of the videos she mentioned made me uncomfortable. I asked if she was all right, and she shrugged me off. She looked tired, and I could tell she had been drinking. Whether she started early or was still going from the night before, I didn't know. She wasn't wearing her hoodie anymore, just a tank top and pajama pants. She looked flustered, like she was burning up. Deep down, I was really concerned, but I didn't want to drive the wedge forming between us further. "All right, who is he?" I asked. She went through the reel of pictures on her phone and held it out to me. It was a picture of a dining room, with a table and chairs in the middle. The table was set and filled with food, almost as if people had been there and just vanished. Behind the table was a dark doorway, like it was leading to a kitchen, but you couldn't quite see. I tried to make sense of the picture, but I felt like it was going over my head, like I wasn't let in on the joke. "I don't get it," I said, scratching my head. "You're kidding, right? Look at it," she said, pointing to the screen. The phone was shaking in her hand. "Yeah, I see it, but I don't get it. You went to the dark web and found this scary? Anyone could have staged this photo," I said. She looked at the screen again and looked at me like I was crazy. With her thumb and finger, she zoomed in on the photo to one of the chairs at the table. She made me look again. It was just an empty chair. "I don't get it, it's just a chair," I said, and there was a flicker in her eyes like I had insulted her. "Oh, I see. So you're just gonna fucking gaslight me? I thought I deserved better than that," she said, eyes tearing up. "What are you talking about? Where's all this coming from?" I said. I didn't know why she was getting so defensive. "The chairs, the papier-mâché, look at them. They're all there. It's horrible. You see their faces, and he's right there. She pointed to every empty chair, then to the dark doorway. There was nothing new, just the same scene. "Who?" I asked. "The papier-mâché man. I found a thread about him on one of those sites, but it's barely a whisper online. They say he's behind a bunch of disappearances around the world, like, eventually he finds you and sends a warning. That means he's coming for you. Then he turns you into papier-mâché. Sounds creepy, but it also sounds ridiculous. Then he adds you to his collection or something like that. I've been trying to get information on it all night. Every time he gets mentioned, whatever thread it's on gets removed quickly. Pictures too. Not long after you see a comment or see a picture with him in it, the content just ceases to exist. I managed to download this one and made some backups so I could show you. Except I didn't see whatever she was pointing out. What she described was something you could find online, but simply in a different representation. Internet legends, carefully crafted online spooks with people going through the trouble to keep the bit alive. Anybody could meticulously monitor and toy with posts if they had enough time on their hands, and all to counts. Between her tired, distraught eyes and the undeniable smell of alcohol, one would say she was just sleep-deprived and reaching. I made the mistake of being that one. I looked at the picture again and rubbed my eyes. Emily was nervously biting her nails, eyes wide and impatient as she waited for my response. It was still just a dark, empty dining room. "Look, Emily," I sighed, wishing I could just go along with it. "Someone is probably just baiting you and you're eating it up. There's no such thing as a cyberspace ghost. Cursed images are made in Photoshop. Behind every scary creepypasta is someone hoping people will believe it is real, if only for a second. You need to get some sleep, take a break from the scary shit, and maybe take it easy on the drinking a little bit." I said and braced myself for the backlash. It came immediately. Oh, fuck you. If I wanted to talk to my mother, I could have just called her. You're just going to pretend you don't see it? This shit is real, it's fucking scary, and I'm gonna show you. And when you see it, who's gonna be the asshole here? You? She yelled, her lip trembling. She stormed off, leaving me there alone, feeling quite like the asshole. Emily, come on, I said, but she was already gone. Seconds later, I heard her bedroom door slam and the volume of cranked music echoing from the hall, leaving me to go to work in frustration. I didn't understand the sudden, consuming obsession. I thought of the papier-mâché man and the things she said about him. I thought of the dining room photo and the general lack of fright it provided. The scene itself was creepy, with the set dinner table and the empty chairs, but it was something I could have made in 10 minutes. I thought of looking into it on my phone, but I was still pretty salty over the whole thing. In the end, I just decided to let it go and hope maybe it would pass and she would get over the whole thing. The next couple of days passed in awkward silence. I only saw Emily a couple of times by chance on the ins and outs for work. She still looked as haggard as before. She no longer styled her hair, and her makeup was the bare minimum, her outfits thrown together and wrinkled. Our conversations were minimal if we talked at all. I would only know if she was home if lights were on under her door, the soft tune of music emanating from within. After a couple of days of radio silence, I texted her a few times, most of which she barely replied to, or simply left on read. Looking at the gloomy apartment, I found myself thinking of the fun we used to have, the back and forth with the films, bullshitting about life, and the chill vibe we shared at the lake. I thought of the dwindling friendship and wondered if there was any way to try and salvage it. I ordered Chinese food and sent Emily a text, one I hoped to use as a life raft. Have you learned anything else about the papier-mâché man? Shortly after the food arrived, I heard the music in her room stop and she appeared at the end of the hall. I held up the takeout as a peace offering, and a hint of a smile shined through her mask of increased exhaustion. We sat on the floor and ate at the coffee table, silently slurping noodles and picking odds and ends from several containers. Emily ate more than I thought she would, and I wondered if she had been eating at all in the past few days. Her face looked a little thinner and her eyes were shadowed like a raccoon's. Whatever rabbit hole she had found herself tumbling down, it was obviously taking a toll on her. How are you holding up? Work going all right? I asked awkwardly, slumping against the couch. I winced at my own words, thinking I could have done a better job breaking the ice. Emily paused and gave me a startled look, much like a deer in headlights. When she processed what I said, she slowly put the takeout carton down like she was embarrassed. She wiped her mouth, took a long drink of Sprite, and cleared her throat. Look, I'm sorry, she started. It's cool. Really. She nodded and looked away. She looked guilty, lost, bothered. I could tell she had a lot on her mind, and she was sifting through it to find something to say. After a moment, she took a deep breath and let out a defeated sigh. I shouldn't have pushed so hard with the movies, and I shouldn't have blown up over the picture. I was just a little frazzled, I guess, and drunk. It's not your fault you didn't see it anyway. I was just so caught up in it, you know, Emily said, resting her chin on her knees. What do you mean? I asked. She looked confused for a moment before elaborating. Oh, sorry. I looked into it some more. The leads are almost non-existent. Like I said, every time someone spills something, it's gone pretty quick. But showing you wouldn't have amounted to anything anyway. You only see what's there when you're supposed to. When he wants you to. The papier-mâché man, I said. It felt weird to say it aloud like I was talking about the boogeyman or Bloody Mary. Yeah, she mumbled and chewed on her lip. Would you like me to look at it again? Just to be sure. I was in a rush when you showed me. I might have missed something. I won't make fun of it or anything, I promise. It's all right, it's gone anyway, she said, yawning. What? You didn't have to delete it, I said, leaning in. I was starting to feel bad. I didn't. He did. Like I said, everything that has to do with him doesn't stick around for long, it just vanishes. Not sure how it happens, but it does happen. I had that picture on my phone, backed up on my desktop and on a flash drive, and the flash drive was unplugged and sitting in my dresser, still gone, she said, and I felt a surge of anxiety. What the fuck? Do you think somebody broke in? I said, standing up. Emily just shook her head and looked out the window. No, nobody broke in. It's more like a virus, I think, or something like it. How can you be sure? If you were on the dark web and all that, how do you know that shit's safe? Who knows what lengths they'll go to? I looked out the window to the parking lot outside the building. The sun was starting to set. the bright orange globe in the sky descending like a slowly closing eye. "I have a camera set up in my room to catch him," she said, nudging a piece of General Tso's chicken with a chopstick. She shivered under her hoodie and seemed to sink further into it. "And did you?" I trailed off. "No." I looked outside again as if to reassure myself. There was nothing there, only our cars and the cars of other tenants. I collapsed on the couch, feeling suddenly exhausted. The whole thing felt off, like something had changed in the air. The apartment felt dusty and cramped, despite our furnishings being pretty bare. I couldn't help but look down the hall to the shadow that led to our bedrooms. There was nothing there, but you know that feeling you get when you're looking into the dark? Like maybe, just maybe, something could be. "Wait, you said the other day something about a warning." "He sends a warning. Did you get one?" I asked. She shook her head and set the chopstick down. "Number, the lack of evidence is about all there is. Convenient, right?" She chuckled nervously. I rubbed my eyes and let out a bit of a chuckle from the sudden paranoia. It was just some sort of messed up prank. It had to be. "Look," I said, scratching my head. "You want to get out of here? Go do something, get out of the house, maybe ice cream, bowling or something." "Nah," Emily started, then yawned again. "Too tired. But hey, we can do something else if you wouldn't mind keeping me company. Would you mind watching another movie together like old times?" She said, perking up. "Oh? No, nothing scary, just something normal. I promise, please," she said, putting her hands up. I looked at her for a moment and started to laugh. Soon she did too. I got off the couch and agreed. "I'll make some popcorn, and I think there's still a few beers in the fridge. Want one?" "Please." 20 minutes into The Princess Bride, Emily was asleep, snoring softly on the couch. Once the popcorn was made, we got some pillows and blankets from our rooms and settled in the living room. We cracked open some cans, had a brief cheers, and settled in. I found myself downing mine in no time. Emily left hers mostly full. I settled in the old recliner we had and kicked back, listening to her faintly recite old lines we had both heard 100 times. It was nice to see her smile, but as her eyes grew heavy, I noticed her looking down the hall as well as glancing outside. After she passed out, I made sure the door was locked, deadbolted and chained, and checked the window as well. I decided to let the movie play and sleep in the chair, hoping the bright lights would keep the mood light and make it easier to fall asleep. I watched the movie for a while, and as I started to get drowsy, I double-checked the alarms on my phone to make sure they were set for work. As I went to set it on the coffee table, I found myself hesitating. With the phone still clutched in my hand, I looked at Emily, who was fast asleep on the couch, her hood pulled up and the drawstrings tight. I sat back in the recliner, unlocked my phone, and opened the web browser. I entered the words, my thumbs moving reluctantly. "Paper mache man. Search." I held my breath as it loaded, casting glances at Emily down the hall into the window. The search results gave me instant relief. Nothing but Etsy purchases, pictures of ugly art projects, and paper mache tutorials. No forums, no haunted pictures, no madness. I locked my phone and set it down and kicked my feet up. Before I knew it, the lures of relaxation and ease grabbed me and I drifted off to sleep. I awoke to Emily nudging me. I opened my eyes and jumped at first, not expecting to see her hunched over me. With one arm she had shaken me awake, the other hugging herself tightly. She was shivering. "What's up?" I mumbled, wiping the drool from my mouth. She backed up so I could lower the footrest. When I sat up, I looked out the window, my drowsy eyes and brain still trying to boot up. It was dark out, save for the spotlight in the parking lot. I checked my phone. It was just after midnight. "There's something at the door," she whispered, motioning quietly. "What?" I said incredulously. Through my confused grogginess, the icy crawl of goosebumps spread across my limbs. I looked at the door to see the deadbolt still turned, the chain latch still hanging. I was asleep and I kind of just found myself awake. I tossed and turned, but before I could fall back asleep, there was a really loud knock at the door. "I'm surprised you didn't hear it," she said, pacing slightly. "Are you sure?" I asked, cautiously moving toward the door. I turned on the living room lights and the room lit up. "Of course I'm sure. I'm not fucking making it up." She hushed, wincing against the light. Okay, I whispered, approaching the door silently. I waited to hear another knock or someone making noise outside. There was nothing. We looked at each other and shrugged. Emily chewed her lip. I could tell she was terrified. Holding my breath, I pressed my cheek to the door and looked through the peephole. There was nobody there. The apartment hallway was empty, nothing but the bare white walls and the doors of adjacent apartments. I half expected something to lurch up and scare the shit out of me. Luckily, the jump scare never came. I don't see anyone, I said, pulling away from the door. I heard it. I fucking heard it. Swear to God, Emily was saying, shaking her head in frustration. I unlatched the chain and retracted the deadbolt. With Emily hiding behind me, I opened the door. We cowered behind the crack at first, both of us trying not to make a sound. Nobody jumped out, no footsteps running away, no distant slamming door. I threw the door open and stepped out, whipping my head down both ends of the hall. Nothing out of the ordinary until I looked at my feet. There was a small rectangular package on the welcome mat, wrapped tightly in newspaper and tied with raffia yarn. What the hell? Emily said words I found myself repeating. She picked it up and, against my better judgment, brought it inside. She set it on the coffee table, scooting aside half-eaten egg rolls and cartons of fried rice. It was thin, like a small paperback book. It's really light, she said, tugging on the straw-like yarn. You think we should open it? I said, and Emily shrugged. What else are we supposed to do? I don't know, call the police, I said. But as she started unraveling the newspaper, my curiosity kept me in place. Underneath several layers was a white, unmarked DVD-style case, much the one you'd see at a video game store. She picked it up, and after we exchanged bewildered looks, she cracked it open. Inside was a CD, simply labeled, Your Turn. What the hell is that supposed to be? I said, looking at the message written in marker. It was scrawled so neatly it was almost like it had been printed on there. Emily said nothing for a time, just staring at it like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. It's for me, she said plainly, her words hanging in the air. How do you know it's... I thought of something she had said a few days ago, ringing in my head over and over. Eventually he finds you and sends a warning. Emily popped it out of the case and was already on her way to the old desktop. What are you doing? You can't be serious, I said, moving to intercept her. I'm watching it, I'm sorry, but I have to, she said, pushing the tiny button at the top of the tower. The disc tray squeaked out and she swapped the Princess Bride with the new mysterious disc. After watching the tray recede, she looked at me, her eyes sad and guilty. You don't have to watch it with me. I can watch it by myself. I got myself into this anyway, she said, and the computer started to hum as it recognized the disc. But even as the media player auto-booted, I found myself moving closer so I could clearly see. We stood together in front of the coffee table and waited. The disc reader loudly got itself together. I hoped it was just a meme. I prayed for a rickroll. Despite my wishful thinking, I just knew it was something worse. There was an unmistakable animosity to the disc and the program itself. Dread welled in my stomach, and I felt myself sweating. As the video buffered, the title of the video file showed on the top of the window as an illegible string of text. We waited, visibly wincing for the snuff film, live torture, or some other unthinkable horror to begin. However, what we got was the furthest thing from that. The video started as a feed from an old camcorder, a heavy distortion that was slowly coming into focus. There was no sound to the video and no timestamp, just little black bars where the time and date would be. The whirling static started to fade, and in the clarity, we could see a girl. It was hard to make out at first, but she seemed to be in a store of some kind, looking at a display shelf full of what I assumed were DVDs. She was hunched down, taking her time looking at each title, chewing at her thumbnail. She was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, a black frilly skirt with leggings underneath. The knot in my stomach worsened, twisting uncomfortably as the hair on the back of my neck rose. It was an outfit I had seen many times because it was something Emily wore. The girl in the video was her. What the hell is this? I asked, and looked to see Emily was shaking. Her eyes were locked on the screen, her pupils shaking as she took in the video. On the screen, Emily was browsing alone, kneeling down to inspect a copy of Friday the 13th. Her hood was pulled up as it usually was, little wisps of brown hair hanging out the front. She bounced on her heels, something she did when she was lost in thought. Totally unaware of the camera's presence, she returned the movie to its spot on the shelf. The camera followed her motions, tracking her hand as she reached for another DVD. It focused on her hand, lingering to show her painted nails before zooming back out. They're fucking stalking you. Did you know about this? Did you see them? I asked, and she was shaking her head, her eyes glued to the screen. I know when this was, she said, shivering. This was the day before we started doing the movie nights. I had seen these when I was out. I texted you that night because I wanted to be scared. I remember. I didn't see them. I didn't know. She trailed off, her eyes dilating as she watched herself peruse the horror movies. I recalled her text from that day. That was the night we set up our first hangout. That was weeks ago. Before you were looking that shit up, right? That doesn't make any sense. How would they have known where to find you? How? I couldn't think straight. Emily started pacing the room as on-screen Emily browsed, taking her time reading the back material of Hellraiser. The camera caught a glimpse of her face, zooming in as she smirked at something she read. The video paused, not from us but of its own accord. The TV was nothing but Emily's face, her little smirk immortalized in the grainy footage from the stalker's camera. I'm calling the police, I said, looking for my phone. I dug through the graveyard of Chinese takeout, moving aside containers and soy sauce packets. As I found it, Emily mumbled something inaudibly. What? I asked, unlocking my phone and glancing at her. She was frozen in place, staring deeply at the video. On the screen was the same paused frame. She looked confused, like she didn't know what she was supposed to be looking at. I touched her shoulder, but she didn't move, her eyes frantically looking around the screen, searching. I don't want to watch this anymore. I don't want to... Oh God, oh God, oh God, no, oh God. Emily's screams ripped through the silence, her face twisted in a look I can only describe as pure terror. She swatted at my hand as she bawled, tears flooding as she recoiled from the screen, all the while unable to look away. Emily, what is it? What's wrong? I asked, trying to calm her down. I looked at the TV. Nothing had changed. Oh my God, no, please, no, oh God, oh my God. Emily wailed hysterically, so loud it rattled my ears. She pointed frantically at the video, her words breaking into irrational screams of fear. I panicked. I didn't understand. I tried to grab her to calm her down, but she was inconsolable. What is it, Emily? What? Make it stop, she cried, pulling at her hair so hard I heard the strands rip. Her eyes were wild and bloodshot, streaked makeup running as the invisible horror tormented her. As Emily's cry melted into an agonizing scream, I stumbled to the TV. Out of desperation, I reached behind the stand and yanked the cord from the wall. The TV shut off, and the video was reduced to our reflection on the black screen. Emily collapsed on the couch, her face buried as she sobbed into the pillow. As she settled down, I opened the dial pad and called the police. By the time I could see the blue and red strobe through the window, Emily's sobs had started to subside. She had curled up into a ball on the couch and receded inside her hoodie. I tried at first to communicate, but every attempt only made her shift further away. The invisible horror that lurked inside the video had reduced Emily to a shell. When no words could provide comfort, I took to watching out the window until help arrived. I heard the police in the hall, the jingling of keys, and the chirp of radios echoing along with their footsteps. The sounds brought a hint of relief to the air, but with that, a nervousness I wasn't prepared for. I had been so focused on them getting here that I hadn't even thought of what to say. The police are here, I said to Emily, which seemed to pull her out of reclusion. As the authoritative knock rattled the door, Emily sat up and wiped her eyes. I opened the door to see two officers, one male and one female. The man was tall and broad, with tanned skin and bleach blonde hair. The woman was considerably shorter, her hair pulled into a tight ponytail, a shade of pink lipstick offering a polite smile. Hi there, I'm Officer Reagan, and this is Officer Henry. Are you the one who reported harassment? The female cop said. Yeah, but it's not me, it's my friend. Here, come in, I said, holding the door open and stepping off to the side. The officers walked in. Reagan looked around the apartment for a moment and moved towards Emily when she saw her. Henry came in close behind but stayed by the door. He hooked his thumbs in his Kevlar vest and took his time looking around the apartment, eyes darting as his jaw worked at a piece of gum. They both looked tired but alert, taking in everything in the living room surprisingly fast. Hey, I'm Officer Reagan. Do you mind telling me what's going on here? Reagan knelt next to Emily, who was looking at the officer weakly. She's being stalked. They sent her a... I started, but Henry cut me off. Let her talk, kid, he said sternly, pausing his chewing long enough to make sure I understood. I nodded compliantly. Reagan readied a notepad, ignoring us both. She cleared her throat and clicked a pen. Start from the beginning. When did this start? Do you have any idea who it is? Reagan said, posed and ready to write. Emily said nothing for a moment, hugging her knees to her chest. He's watching me, she said, looking out the window. We all followed her gaze. Reagan looked at Henry, who left without a word. Who's watching you? Ex-boyfriend, girlfriend? She asked, scribbling briefly. I went looking for him and I found him. It was my fault. I shouldn't have. I should have listened, she said, the tears threatening to return. Who, honey? Who did you go looking for? Reagan said, speaking a little softer through the window. We could see Henry pass, flashlight panning into the night. He sent me a warning. It's too late now. He's going to get me and I can't stop him. You can't stop him, Emily said, hugging herself tighter. This guy got a name, sweetie? More scribbling. The paper-mache man, I blurted impatiently. Reagan looked at me in a way a mother would look at their child for touching something they shouldn't be. Is this true? Is that our guy? She asked Emily, who nodded weakly. You said he sent a warning. What do you mean by that? Emily lifted a finger to the computer tower, which was still humming by the entertainment stand. I cleared my throat and spoke up. He sent her a CD. There was a video on it, of him watching her. I unplugged the TV when she got upset. You want me to hook it back up? I asked. Could you please? She said, before addressing Emily again. Did you happen to get a good look at him, this paper-mache man? Either of you see him out the window or dropping the CD off? She asked. You can't see him, not until he's ready, Emily said. Ready for what, honey? For you to join him, Emily said. Reagan paused her scribbling, but only for a moment. The words gave me the chills. While I plugged the TV back in, Officer Reagan continued her soft prodding. She asked her many questions, each time jotting down notes and flashing the same sweet smile. Where did you find him? Have you met in person? Do they have another name they go by? Have you seen them around here before? Did they have any reason to hurt you? The last question hung in the air, only to be cut off by the chirp of Reagan's radio. The stern voice of Henry crackled over. Perimeter clear. 10-4. I turned the TV on and grabbed the dusty mouse on the TV stand, giving it a wiggle to preemptively pull it out of the screensaver. Now I'm gonna need to see this video, honey. You want to wait in the other room? Would that be easier for you? Reagan asked, pocketing her notebook and putting a hand on her shoulder. Emily shook her head. When the desktop screen appeared on the TV, I saw the video had closed itself out. I moved the cursor across the screen to the My Computer tab and double-clicked. I looked at Officer Reagan, who nodded for me to continue. I double-clicked on the DVD tray reader icon and waited for the video to play. We waited in silence, the spiral buffer icon taking its time. Behind us, the door opened and Officer Henry stepped back in. He joined Reagan as we waited. This the video? He asked, and his partner nodded. I waited for the window to launch and the static to follow. The feed with Emily looking at the old horror movies. When a window did finally pop, I felt like I had been kicked in the stomach. Error, file not compatible, unable to launch. I hovered over the options to cancel or troubleshoot, feeling myself starting to sweat. It's not working, I'm going to try again, I said, and the officers nodded. I looked at Emily, who was now solemnly looking at the floor. I canceled it out and clicked the icon again. Same error, except faster this time. I tried again and again, but each time it yielded the same result. After the 10th try, Officer Henry cleared his throat. You two do some drinking tonight? He said. My cheeks grew hot. I already knew where this was going. What? I asked, my tone flaring up. Did you two do a little bit of drinking tonight? He said a little slower and batted an eye at the cans on the coffee table. You don't believe us, I said. I didn't say that. Look, I'll prove it to you. I opened the disc tray and reached for the DVD. My fingers stopped just short of the tray, my hand shaking in the air. The disc was gone. What the hell? Bullshit. I looked to the screen for the icon for the DVD reader. The icon was gone as well. Emily buried her face and started to cry softly. I checked the screen again, closed it out, opened it again. I closed the disc tray and opened it a second time. Nothing. That's wrong, it was here. She opened it. It was wrapped in... I looked underneath the coffee table for the newspaper and raffia yarn. There was nothing. I looked around the takeout containers. Nothing. Henry cleared his throat. All right, so you two did a little drinking. Watched some scary movies. Some of those movies, they can be a little scary, can't they? He said, chewing his gum. We're not making this up. It was here. He was here. I said, standing up. Who was here? The paper-mache man. I said, feeling suddenly foolish with my hands balled into fists. Henry exchanged a look with Reagan, then sighed. Look, kid. No, we're telling the truth. She found him on the dark web. Now he's stalking her. He sent the disc and I saw it. The deep web? He said incredulously. Come on, Emily, tell him. Emily did nothing, only sink more. The silent tension built in the living room like a hot breath, and I wiped at the sweat forming on my forehead. Henry looked about out of patience. I looked at Officer Reagan, who just raised her eyebrows. Look, if you find the CD, the wrapping, anything, give us a call. We can't stay here all night catching ghosts. I looked, all right. Whatever it is, it ain't out there. No footprints in the dirt. No nothing, he said. We'll send a unit out here to make some patrols throughout the night, okay? Reagan offered. And if you see anything else, call. We'll come back out. In the meantime, maybe you should get some rest. Henry left first, talking into his radio in the hall. Reagan gave an apologetic look before following. I closed the door behind them and locked it again, both deadbolt and chain. I walked to the window to watch them leave. Emily sniffled and got up from the couch, wiping at her puffy eyes. Outside, the officers killed the strobe, and after sitting there for a moment, the cruiser pulled away. They're leaving. They're really just gonna... I looked at Emily and was shocked to see her no longer there. I looked down the hall just in time to see her door shut. I remember lying in bed for a while, tossing and turning through the night. I would open my eyes at every noise outside, sitting up and checking my phone before uneasily rolling back over. I felt an odd paranoia I couldn't shake. Each time I would start to drift off, I felt like someone was watching me, and it would pull me from the lull of sleep. At one point, I couldn't help but get up to check the apartment, creeping out into the hall and turning all the lights on. I checked every closet and corner, even going as far as checking the peephole to make sure no one was lurking behind the door. I decided to look for the wrapping again, picking through the takeout trash to find some validation for the past events. I checked under the couch and inside the cushions, then in and around the recliner. I gathered up the containers to throw them away and even picked through the trash can to be sure before dumping it in. I found no evidence of the papier-mâché man. Before trying to go to bed again, I peeked out the window to the parking lot, my last-ditch effort to find something before returning to my room. To my surprise, the only thing out of the ordinary was a police cruiser, parked and idling next to the dumpster. They had actually sent a patrol as they promised. Seeing the car made me feel emotional. The stark vehicle creeping in the night made me question myself, my thoughts, and everything I had seen. Had I actually seen this shit? Or was I just fooling myself to be there for Emily? I killed the lights and walked back to my room. I could see Emily's light under her door, the faint tune of music whispering from within. I wanted to knock and try to talk to her, but in the end I was just too tired. Too tired to be awake any longer and too tired of this internet ghost conspiracy. I returned to my room, my last shred of evidence spent wincing at how late it was. The next day I awoke, cursing my alarms for doing what I asked of them. I dressed like a shambling corpse, pulling on a wrinkled uniform through the fogged lens of drowsiness. My body ached from the lack of rest, each routine motion labored and irritated. I brushed and combed, trying to make myself presentable aside from feeling dead on the inside. Putting on my shoes, the soft playing music could still be heard. Emily was still holed up in her room, and I wondered if she had been missing work. After pocketing my keys and wallet, I fished out my phone and sent her a text. Off to work. How you holding up? I promptly left. Getting out of the apartment felt liberating, and it seemed to ease the paranoia lingering in the back seat. Maybe I just needed to get out more. Maybe she did. I felt a little better as the morning went on. I found the distraction of work to be welcoming, and focusing on the day's tasks seemed to put me at ease. Time moved consistently, and I didn't even realize it was time to take my lunch until my boss mentioned it. I hadn't even realized I was hungry. On my break, I grabbed some lunch from down the street, deciding when I got back I would just chill and eat it in my car. I looked at my phone for the first time since I left the house, and found my text message had been left on read. The incessant nagging that had been lying dormant sprouted at the sight of Emily's name, and the text I had sent the day prior. Have you learned anything else about the papier-mâché man? Seeing the words provoked a discomfort deep inside my soul. I felt a pressure in my head, a painless migraine pushing on the insides of my skull, like a vibrating cell phone, worming its way out from the compacted folds of my brain. I read the text again and again as if I had sent it to myself. I thought of last night, standing at the TV next to Emily as we watched her browse the horror movies on camera. The look on her face when it zoomed in on her skin and how she couldn't look away. The way her eyes buzzed. My thumbs moved on their own accord, opening the web browser and typing the name into Google. I hit search and waited. The same results as the night before. DIY projects with glue and paper, recipes for the perfect adhesive, newspaper sculptures in all shapes and sizes. I looked at dozens of links, each leading to something crafty and innocent. I took to Reddit, and when I exhausted all points of interest there, I went to Fortune. I found nothing conspicuous, no inclination of the papier-mâché man's existence in any way, shape, or form. No-name websites were next, pages and pages of third-party forums. Each of them were ages old and chock full of ads. I kept scrolling, patiently waiting as my phone struggled to load the poorly optimized content. Threads that had burned out years ago, inconclusive convos that had been buried by a decade of old domains and forgotten email activations. The longer I looked, the more time it took for the pages to load. I spent so much time staring at my phone, I hadn't noticed my break was over. My food sat in the passenger seat, cold and uneaten. I sighed and rubbed my eyes. I needed to head back in. I would have to continue this later. I gathered my things and threw open the car door and stopped. Part of an old thread I was reading had finally buffered, now showing several comments posted that lacked an actual message. Each comment showed up as, but one attachment had lingered, something that looked strikingly familiar. It was a picture of a dining room, with a set table and a darkened doorway in the background. A family sat there, each recoiled in their chairs. White hands brought to their chests, the fingers fat and contorted. Their faces were pulpy and gray, no features save for the smeared and matted text of newspaper. Standing in the doorway was a figure so tall it had to hunch over to fit. With one lanky arm, it grasped the doorway, the other outstretched and pointed forward, pointing at me. I drove away from work to the sound of a dial tone drumming in my ear. My call to Emily timed out to voicemail. A cheerier, past version of her told me to leave a message. I found myself rambling into the phone with an urgent stuttering that could have been simplified to, "Emily, we need to talk. It's important, I can see him." My second call was to my boss, apologizing for running off without saying anything. I told him I really wasn't feeling well, and on my lunch break I had thrown up all over myself. He was understanding and told me to take some time off until I felt better. Driving home, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting the malformed shape of a man to be there. Each time I would see nothing but the fleeting stretch of the road behind me. I called Emily again, straight to voicemail. I drove faster, a cold sweat chilling my neck. I caught every red light in town, subconsciously looking behind me at every stop. The image of the dining room photo was burned into my mind, and everywhere I looked I anticipated the long pointing hand. When I arrived home, I practically jogged into the building. I fumbled with my keys, glancing down the hallway sporadically until the door was unlocked. I yanked it open and shut it behind me. The apartment was dark, except for the light trying to fight its way in through the blinds. The house was still clean from the night before, but everything felt dusty, dingy. "Emily?" I called out, my voicing sounding unnaturally loud in the complete lack of white noise. Silence was my only response. I made my way to the hall, turning on every light as I went. Before I even made it down, I noticed something missing, something I hadn't realized I was relying on until it was absent. Emily's door was closed and the light was off. "Hello?" There was no murmur of music from within, no comforting tune to assure me of her company. Nothing but a ringing that had started in my ears. I knocked on Emily's door and called her name again. I stood close to the door and listened for movement, keeping my eye on the front door. The apartment felt so empty, and I expected something to peek around the corner every time my eyes drifted away. My phone chimed and scared the living shit out of me. I dug it out of my pocket and was simultaneously overcome with a rush of relief and worry. The text had come from Emily. Ran into town. Had to get out of the house. Be back later. I felt myself sinking. In the past few days of me coming and going, Emily had locked herself in her room and spent her time trying to make sense of the anomaly. And after days of not listening, I was now alone. When you see it, who's going to be the asshole here, you? I locked my phone without responding to her text. Even if I knew what I wanted to say, hounding her over it now didn't feel fair. I would just have to wait until she got back in. I went to the living room and opened the blinds. I was in such a hurry when I got here I hadn't even noticed that her car was gone. The ringing in my ears made the silence unbearable. A tight knot was forming in my stomach, the anxious twist of stress hampering my breathing as I looked outside. There was nothing out of the ordinary, but I still felt the eyes on me. I splashed some cold water on my face and tried to relax. Looking at my own distraught reflection, I realized there was only one thing I could do, the exact same thing Emily had done: try and find out what the fuck was happening. I closed myself in my room and booted up my desktop. I opened the web browser. I decided to try and recount my steps earlier. If I could just find something she might have missed, maybe I could help us both. The ringing continued, and I put on some music of my own to alleviate the crushing silence. Hours passed in front of the screen. I combed dozens of threads, scrolling through every comment until each domain was useless. When I reached a dead end, I would backpedal until I found another fork in the road. My browser became littered with tabs, reference points saved in case I snagged on whichever forum I was currently on. The longer I dug, the older the threads got. But everywhere I went, everything was removed. I imagined Emily doing the same, typing and clicking at her computer in the safety of her bedroom. Thinking back, it astounded me how well she had handled it alone. All the time she spent searching, trying to find some concrete assurance that she wasn't crazy. I thought of all the times I dismissed her, and how I could have just helped her look, instead of just letting her sink. I could have asked more questions, I could have tried to understand. After searching the whole day, I turned up nothing. I was exhausted, my eyes aching from staring at the screen, and the swell of the migraine lingering behind it. It was mentally jarring, looking for something that didn't want to be found. Every time I thought I was close, the trail would stop completely. The information just wasn't there, almost like it didn't exist. I rubbed at my eyes and stood from my desk, feeling too tired and frustrated to continue. Maybe if I could rest my brain, I could try again tomorrow with a clearer start. I collapsed on my bed, thoughts of the photo slipping away as sleep found me. I was standing at the bathroom mirror. I don't know how long I had been there, hands gripping the sink, staring at my own reflection. My palms were slick with sweat and I felt clammy. I stared at myself, eyes struggling to focus on a mirror image that didn't look right. The tap was running ice cold. I felt the stream with my fingers and hunched down to splash some water on my face. The water was freezing and my skin tingled as I massaged the water in. I felt nauseous and dehydrated. I cupped my hands and brought them to my mouth, slurping greedily as my body shivered. When I looked back at the mirror, I could see it. The difference. My eyelids were slack. I got closer to the mirror, using my fingers to stretch the lids open. I looked at my own eyeball, then to the flesh around it. It wasn't the normal shade of pink and red. It was pale, white even. With my other hand, I picked and prodded, surprised to feel nothing as my fingers explored the open cavity of my eye. There was something beneath it. I could feel it. The first scratch was the hardest, a hot trickle of blood chilling as it streamed down my face. There was no sensation of pain, and my need to see what lay beneath surpassed my concern for the damage I inflicted. I burrowed into my own skin, digging until I could get under it with my fingertip. I worked the digit in, paying no mind to the sprinkle of red that was peppering the sink. I pinched the flap and pulled, ripping a strip under my eye until it came free. I could see it now, the hiding layer of blurred lettering that continued underneath. But it wasn't enough. I couldn't quite see, I needed more. With both hands I clawed and raked at my face, each swipe peeling a little more than the last. My nails dripping as they worked through my face, my eyes fierce and focused on my deteriorating doppelganger. Blood splattered the sink, collecting in a thick pool as bits of my skin clogged the drain. The running water of the tap churned the mixture as it rose to the edge. It started to come free. My fingers dug deep, hooking into the flesh over my cheekbones. I took a deep breath and started to pull, removing the mask that disguised my true face. Each revealing tug spurting the mirror in dark streaks. I watched through the stained glass as I ripped, my nose and lips coming free in one long strip of bloody skin. My trembling hands let the mask fall and it fell with a splash. The dark pool gushed over the sides of the sink as I stared at what had been hiding all along. A face made purely of paper mache. I awoke gasping, clammy hands touching my face in a panic. I felt my skin, hot and sweating from the terrible nightmare. It took me a while to come down, gasping for breath as my eyes struggled to discern the dream from reality. A sense of familiarity slowly returned, and I realized I was in my bed. My bedroom was dark, the soft lullaby of music still playing after hours of shuffling. The daylight that had previously shone in before had retired to the veil of night, leaving me to squint at the features of my room. Just as I started to relax under the covers, an unmistakable detail filled me with discomfort. My bedroom door had been opened while I was asleep. The door was slightly cracked, a narrow beam shining from the light in the hallway. I pulled the covers off and swung out of bed, keeping my eyes on it as I stood. I left it shut when I laid down. I was sure of it. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and checked the time. It was just after 10 p.m. Creeping toward the door, I began to hear a noise from the other side. It was a familiar sound, a scrit, scrit, scrit that I swore I had heard before. I froze next to the crack, trying to place it as I looked down the hall. Scrit, scrit, scrit. Click. Scrit, 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 click, scrit, scrit, screate. It was coming from the living room. I opened the door quietly and looked down the hall. All the lights I had turned on early still remained, but it didn't make me feel any better. Scrit, 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 click. Emily's door was shut, still dark and quiet as she had left it. I walked down the corridor, hugging the wall as the sound continued. It was moving around, each time just a little further from the last. Scrit, scrit, scrit. At the end of the hall, I could hear the scuffs of socks on carpet. I peeked around the corner to see someone standing next to the sliding door. Click. Emily was looking outside, standing perfectly still. In her hands was a tiny camera. Scrit, scrit, scrit. "What are you doing?" I asked, and she jumped. "Jesus, you fucking scared me," she said, flashing me a look of startled anger. "Sorry." Emily walked over to the coffee table and reached for a bottle that sat in the center. My guess was vodka. She unscrewed the cap and took a swig, one that looked like it hurt. "I'm taking pictures, obviously," she said, wiping her mouth. She offered it to me, and I shook my head. She shrugged, her little shoulders bobbing in her tank top. Her lower half was covered by the massive Coheed and Cambria hoodie tied around her waist, the legs of plaid pajama pants poking out from under it. Her socks were covered in little cats. "I didn't know they made disposables anymore," I said, sitting on the couch. "Me neither until today," she said, aiming the camera into the kitchen. Click. "I wasn't having any luck with the phone," Emily began, her thumb working the plastic wheel on the corner of the camera. "So I'm trying physical copies. See if he shows up. Maybe if I hold on to the pictures, they won't go away. This is my third one." She held the camera up. "You think he's here?" I asked, trying not to sound worried and failing. I looked around the apartment, feeling the uncomfortable ringing returning. "Maybe." She aimed the disposable down the hall and clicked the button. I saw him this morning," I said, shifting my weight on the couch. "Did you?" she said, working the wheel again. It wasn't a question, more like an acknowledgement. "Yeah, he was..." I went to the gallery on my phone to bring up the screenshot I had taken before leaving work this morning. It wasn't there. Emily walked to the kitchen and stood in front of the refrigerator. Facing the front door, she raised the camera and clicked the button. "Did you get a warning?" she said, her words hung dead in the air as she readied another picture. I saw the recording of Emily in my head, and the sounds of her frightened shouting cut in like interference as I remembered her paused face. "No." She inspected the camera closely and without a word came and sat on the couch. We said nothing for a while. Emily set the camera on the table and grabbed the vodka bottle. I watched her take a drink, wincing harder this time. I felt like I should say something important, but every conjured thought ended with a pale hand pointing from a photograph. "What are you gonna do now?" Ended up being the best I had. "Gonna get these developed. Then maybe go see my mom, I don't know, I feel like I should," she said, resting her head on the arm of the couch, cradling the bottle upright. "They still have 24-hour photos?" "Yeah." "Wow. Hey." I swiveled on the couch to face her. "You want me to take you?" I asked. She perked up for a moment, but it didn't last. "Nah. Probably call an Uber or something. You got work, don't you?" she said. "I don't think I'll be making it in tomorrow." I chuckled, scratching my head. "It's cool. Besides, I don't want anyone waiting on me. Rather make my own way, you know? But if you're not going in..." She held the bottle out with a smirk. I took it. The mouthful was warm but comforting, an instant burn accompanied by something fruity. I coughed afterwards. "It's supposed to be strawberry." Emily laughed. "It's not." I choked and took another swig. Emily sat up and grabbed the camera. Hey, I got one left. You wanna? She held it out, mimicking a selfie. Yeah, sure, I said, and she scooted over. I put an arm around her shoulder and she snuggled against me, provoking a smile I hadn't thought possible until then. Emily held it up and pushed the button. Not long after, Emily called a ride, like she said she would. While we waited, we continued to pass the bottle, and as we got tipsy, we talked about horror movies. The more we drank, the more we laughed, until we wiped at tears from cracking up so hard. We reminisced over the movie nights, and in that moment, there was nothing else that mattered. There was no papier-mâché man. When her ride honked outside, we both frowned, and Emily pulled on her hoodie. I asked if she would rather stay and we could sort it out tomorrow, but she was adamant about leaving. I wanted to convince her to stay, but I knew once she had made up her mind, there was no changing it. She took a drink for the road and left me the bottle, a sad look in her eyes as she put on her shoes. She hugged me goodbye, both of us swaying from the lull of the alcohol. I let her go, wishing it would have lasted just a little longer. She left, and I found myself wandering back to the couch, unsure of what to do next. Without any better ideas, I reached for the bottle again. To my surprise, Emily poked her head back in. 13 ghosts, she said, without elaborating further. What? I asked, confused. It was one of the movies I meant to watch, always forgot to put it on the list, she said with a frown. Next time, we'll watch that first, I said, pointing at her with the neck of the bottle. Yeah, next time. And she was gone. This time I got up from the couch and watched her go, leaning against the slider as she shuffled to the little hatchback car that came to pick her up. She opened the door to the back seat and saw me, giving me a wave and a smile before ducking in. I waved back, and as I watched her go, I finished the last inch of the bottle. I tossed the bottle in the trash, my steps sloppy and exaggerated. I locked the door and headed to my room, wondering if I should have done something different. Maybe said something different. Looking back, I would have. I stopped at the bathroom and looked in the mirror. My reflection was tired and drunk, breathing too hard as I leaned forward to inspect myself. I looked into my glazed eyes and saw nothing out of the ordinary. The corners of my eyes were soft and pink, with nothing lurking underneath. The ringing had ceased as well, and before I left the bathroom, I was even smiling a little. When I got to my room, I left the door open and shut off the music. I sprawled out on my bed, the cool pillow and comforter soft on my skin. In the drunk serenity of peace and quiet, I fell back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up late. My head was pounding and the daylight from the window was suffocating. I grabbed at my head, regretting the drinks I had the night before. I shambled out of bed with a groan, feeling for my phone as I shielded my eyes. I hadn't called work to tell them I was staying home. As far as they were concerned, I was a no-call, no-show. I found my phone on the floor and squinted at the screen. It was 11 a.m. I had overslept 3 hours. I went to swipe, but something stopped me. I had received a single text while I was asleep, a simple message from the only name I hoped to see. Emily. Want to meet me at the lake at noon? The usual spot. For old time's sake. I pulled up to the lake 45 minutes later. It was a small portion of an otherwise long stretch of beach with a pavilion stuck between two fenced-off private property signs. I could hear the waves as soon as I got out of the car, accompanied by a cool breeze that rolled off the water. It was a beautiful place aside from its eternal gloom, a shore cursed with overcast skies the majority of the year. After a quick shower, change of clothes, and some Tylenol, I was starting to feel less like a walking corpse. The dull ache in my head was starting to pass, but the ringing had returned full force. I called work before I left and informed them I would still be out sick, and they were sympathetic. I guess I could thank my hangover for that. I locked my car and walked into the pavilion, old pines dancing above the masses of beach grass. It was mostly empty, something you would expect on an early weekday. I looked around for Emily but didn't see her. She wasn't one to typically linger for friends to show before going. I assumed she would already be at the shore. Through the pavilion was a set of concrete stairs that had been built into the dunes, a kind of winding path that changed structure several times before hitting the sand. I went down the steps quickly and past the spouts for rinsing off sandy feet. There was nobody around except for a couple walking their dog. The breeze got chillier the closer I got to the water. The boardwalk was the last stretch before sand, a wooden structure built over massive rocks used to thwart erosion. I crossed it briskly, the old boards creaking with every step. My hands glided over the rails, beach grass tussling on both sides as I made my way. At the end of the boardwalk was a staircase that led to the shore below, knotted and faded lumber that was eventually swallowed by sand. I stood at the landing and admired the view. The dreary water stretched for miles, a seemingly infinite blue-gray with a pleasant sight on either side. On the left was the neon silhouette of Chicago, and the right was the lighthouse pier. Between the two landmarks was Emily sitting at a bench on the shore below. The sight of her made me quicken my pace. I descended the steps quickly, skipping every other step as the excitement welled within me. Even as I hit the dead resistance of the sand, I kept my eyes on Emily. She was sitting with her back to me with her hood up, watching the waves quietly. Beside her was the little red notebook, the wind flipping the pages as her gaze held on the water. I had a stupid smile on my face, my legs burning as my shoes slogged through the sand with every stride. "Hey, Emily, I made it," I called, trying to catch my breath. She didn't move. The wind whipped at my face, and I raised a hand to combat it. "Hey, sorry I didn't text. I was pretty hungover. Got here as soon as I stuttered as I got closer, a sense of foreboding weakening my legs as I was within arm's reach. She wasn't moving at all, like she was frozen in place. Her head was hung low, her hands stuffed in the front pocket of her hoodie, like she had fallen asleep. The wind tore at the notebook, pages turning sentiently at her side. "Emily, it's me," I said, and grabbed her shoulder. Her shoulder felt wrong, impossibly thin and bony, even for her. Her head lolled to the side, and her hands slipped out of her pockets. They were contorted and white, knocking against the bench like rocks. I screamed. Emily's face was gone. In its place, a crude husk of papier-mâché. I fell back into the sand. The body remained still, tossed to the side like a discarded puppet. No hair, no nose, no mouth. Only black holes where the eyes should be. The newspaper husk stared at me, the drawstrings for the hood swaying weakly in the wind. I tried to speak, but the words were caught in my throat. I couldn't breathe. My hands shook in the sand. Despite the boiling urge to run, I approached the replica, thinking it had to be a joke. I looked up at the boardwalk, hoping to see Emily laughing or waving her arms. Nothing but an empty pavilion and dancing grass. I tried to laugh, tried to convince myself it wasn't what I thought it was. It had to be a joke. I looked at the clothes it wore, shaking my head in denial. The newspaper husk looked at me, the wind whistling through the cutouts in its face. Coheed hoodie, plaid pajama pants, socks with little cats. She didn't take any clothes with her. I could see something poking out from the front pocket, a white corner contrasting the black of the hoodie. I reached for it and delicately pulled it out. It was a photograph from last night, the last photo selfie Emily and I took together. It showed me on the couch, my arm curled around nothing, an empty space where Emily should have been. I touched the replica's face, tears falling as my fingers brushed the dry, pulpy skin. The surface withered away at my touch, bits of paper breaking and blowing away. I started to cry, sobbing as the replica started to break down and blow away. I averted my eyes as it wasted away, my eyes falling to the notebook next to it. Every page was filled with words, the same phrase penned over and over. Make it, stop, make it, stop, make it, stop, make it, stop. In the distance, a blood-curdling scream echoed across the water and over the shore. The papier-mâché replica collapsed, and an uproar of dust scattered to the wind. As the last of the dust blew away, I ran, leaving the pair of deflated clothes swaying behind me. I don't recall the drive home. I remember pulling up to the apartment and crying at the wheel, not wanting to go inside. I didn't know what else to do. I thought if I could make it back home, Emily would be there, holed up in her room just like she had been before she left. Her light would be on, her music would be playing. I would knock and she'd answer and we would order takeout again. Or maybe we would just go somewhere and get away from all this. The thought urged me forward. Out of the car and into the building, I readied my keys and unlocked the door as soon as I got to it. I could see Emily's face, her smile. I could hear her laugh, the combination of shy and obnoxious rolled together. She would be there. She had to be. I turned the key and opened the door. The apartment was dark and empty, the ringing of the noiseless void deafening as I closed the door behind me. All the lights were off, the blinds closed to shut out the brightness of the outside world. I didn't remember shutting them off, but it didn't matter. I marched down the hall, determined to get to Emily's room even as the darkness grew. I looked for the light, for the sign of her presence, but there was no light to be found. Her door was open, nothing but black peeking from the open crack. I wanted to turn around, but I couldn't. I had to make sure she wasn't here. I pushed the door open, a soundless void beckoning me. I swallowed the knot in my throat and flicked on the light. The entire room was covered in photographs. 35mm prints littered every surface, from her computer desk to her bed. The floor was a sea of film, white-bordered Polaroids fanned out in all directions. I took a step in and heard the rubbery squeak under my heel. I looked at my feet to see I was already stepping on them. I crouched and picked them up, the feeling of churning bile rising in my throat. The ringing rattled my brain, but I kept my gaze on the photos, taking in the similarity they all seemed to share. In every picture stood the papier-mâché man. His hulking mass was caught one way or another, but in some you could see his entire frame. He was unnaturally tall, hulking in every room Emily had snapped a photo in. His legs were long, but his arms were longer, often bracing himself on the ceiling or the walls as he struggled to fit in the apartment. Sometimes he just looked toward the camera, other times he reached for it, his fingers elongated and uneven across his hand. In some pictures they looked like hooks, others like tentacles. Whenever he pointed, they were long and rounded, a dozen digits with a protuberant tip. His head looked heavy and bulbous, with 2 unopened slits for eyes and a blank canvas for a mouth. His skin was layered and pulpy, with a pinkish tint that blurred at the edges of his body in the photo. His skin was shiny and glistened like glass in the light. I looked through dozens of photos, each showing the lurking horror in different spots in our home. The kitchen, the bathroom, the corners in the ceiling. Taking up the hallway, standing in her closet, kneeling by her desk. He had been right there the entire time, even waiting as we sat on the couch. And when Emily left, he followed her. I fanned out the pictures, looking at each one. There were several that were similar, where Emily had gotten the same angle several times, just in case. I looked at all of them, each one serving as the evidence she strived to find since the beginning. On her desk was a large orange envelope, with the photo center's logo stamped onto the side. Holding it open, I gathered them all up, stacking them together and tucking them in as I worked my way across the room. Once the floor was clear, I moved on to the desk, removing the photos that blanketed Emily's keyboard and mousepad. I picked up so many I stopped looking at them, wanting to close them in the envelope and never peek again. Just when I thought I got them all, one photo remained, one that was much different from the others. When I picked it up, the ringing blared in my ears, and I felt a hot trickle seeping from the inside of them. The photo was of me, sleeping in bed. The papier-mâché man was standing next to me, his large head craned as he watched me sleep. One knock, thunderous and absolute. The ringing was gone. I stood in pure silence, every nerve lighting like a switchboard. I tucked the photo into the envelope and closed it. I left Emily's room and closed the door, looking down the hallway to the source of the noise. In the living room, I set the envelope on the coffee table and booted up the old computer, listening to the hum as I powered up the TV as well. I took a deep breath and opened the door, knowing what I'd find. Wrapped in newspaper and tied with raffia yarn was my warning. I picked it up off the welcome mat and closed the door behind me. I pulled the string loose and let it fall to the floor and unwrapped the layers of old Sunday papers. The case was plain white with no decoration, just like Emily's. I cracked it open and looked at the disc, with a label so clean it had to be printed. I ejected the tray and placed it in and watched it retract in silence. As the computer hummed and the video loaded, I sat on the couch and waited, gritting my teeth so hard it hurt. When the video loaded, it lit up the living room like a home theater. My video started with soundless distortion, just as Emily's had. I waited for it to clear, anxious and unable to look at anything but the screen. I even tried to close my eyes, but they wouldn't obey me. I had to watch. As the deformation cleared, I could slowly make out the scene around me. Little things at first, until the shapes bled together into a sudden clarity. When I recognized what I saw, I felt the air flee from my lungs. In my video, Emily and I were on a bench at the beach. The view captured us from the side, from a spot that would have been impossible without us seeing. Old pines swayed in the distance, with a chorus of beach grass at their feet. Overhead, a seagull passed by. The video zooms in on Emily, rearing back in laughter in her oversized hoodie. She's writing in her little red notebook, a beaming smile on her face as I light a joint behind her. I take a big drag and hold it in, smiling stupidly before exhaling a plume of smoke. Emily takes it and does the same, except she coughs several times afterward. We pass it back and forth, both of us laughing as we kick our feet in the sand. Emily looks happy. I looked happy. The video zooms in gradually until our legs are removed from the picture. It's focusing on our faces now, and the more I look at it, the more it starts to make sense. This was our first time at the beach, the first time we planned a movie night. The feed continues to zoom, but it's moving differently now. It's cutting Emily out of the frame until the screen is mostly my face. I'm saying something to Emily, something I can't make out. When I'm done talking, I smile at Emily, a half-stoned smile that she probably doesn't see. The video pauses. I look at my face frozen on the screen, and I'm squeezing the cushions in my hands. I don't know what's to come, but the image is getting larger, my eyes forced forward as I watch it grow. I thought the video was zooming in, but it's the screen that's getting bigger now. I'm moving towards it, or it's moving towards me. I don't exactly know. Everything around me is getting tunneled out, and I'm forced to sit and look as the screen gets closer until it's all I see. I hear something through the screen, the sound of ripping paper followed by a low-pitched bellowing that vibrates the screen itself. Then there is no screen. The room is dark, with a single overhead lamp shining above. It looks like a basement or a cave, something dark and damp and unnatural. The walls are bleeding. There's someone in a chair. They're tied up or stuck with something wet like glue. Their eyes are bloodshot, their lips trembling as they try to free themselves. They can't get free, whatever is binding them is too strong. At their feet are dozens of bodies. They're trembling on the ground and moaning, a choir of agony and suffering. Their hands are contorted and white, their faces wrapped in the pulpy shell of papier-mâché. There's footsteps, loud and heavy. Some of the bodies twitch, some of them start to wail. One of the bodies starts to sob, its oversized hoodie stained, the logo unreadable. The video doesn't zoom, it doesn't pan. I am there, watching firsthand. The footsteps continue. The naked, genderless monstrosity stepped into the light, its skin polished and shiny like glass. Its head is massive, its slit eyes looking in the direction of the person in the chair. The individual kicks their feet in fear, but there is no hope. Even if they could escape, there is nowhere to go. The person is me. I watch as the papier-mâché man gets close, a low-pitched growling vibrating deep within his chest. The low echoing sounds of a lion's purr, but it's something abnormal, not of this world. Its face is in mine now, its pinkish head 5 times the size of mine. I'm whimpering, tears leaking from distraught eyes. The rumbling purr gets louder, and I watch as I piss myself. Inches away from my face, the entity's eyes open, revealing 2 black globes the size of bowling balls. The abyssal globes of black and deep purple, swirling like wormholes in space. In its eyes, I see what it wants, and I see there is no escape. It raises its hand to touch me, and I look away and start to bawl. The entity's hand is large and grotesque, its fingers twisting and reforming constantly before my eyes. They are drenched with a crystalline slime, a clear mucus that steams as it trickles onto the ground. Slowly, benevolently, it smears it on my face, the rumble in its throat growing louder until it's almost screaming. Its eyes widen and the globes in its faces glow like burning stars. The misshapen hand closes around my face, squeezing the skin until it bruises and bleeds under its touch. It pulls the skin away effortlessly, peeling it from my body in a sanguinary spray as I scream helplessly. When the skin is removed, it holds it to the light, the dripping gore coagulated with the rest on the floor. The electric clicking from its throat settles as it's satisfied. In the chair, my screams are jumbled and hysterical, the skin gone from half of my face to my chest. A singular exposed eye darts around the room, looking for help, looking for death. But there is no hope, only the groans of the ones littering the ground. The entity stretches the skin tight and wraps it around its torso. It smooths it out over its own hide, the mucus from its hands glazing it as it smooths it out across its body. It continues this for a while until it is time for the next piece. Each freshly peeled strip is applied to its body. First its torso, then one of its thighs, then the back of its head. Its wicked fingers flatten every applied piece until it is a perfect. I watch until the end, and even when I run out of skin, it isn't finished. My skinless body convulses in the chair, beady eyes scrambled like a faceless animatronic. The entity returns and once again applies its secretion to the bare tissue on my face. My wailing has subsided to groans like the others, and as it unravels the newspaper, I nod obediently so it can apply it. The malformed hands work gently, delicately, until I am wrapped like the others around me. I groan under the shell of my new skin, and as it leaves, the light above me goes out. My groans mix with the others until I'm unable to discern my voice from theirs. When I open my eyes, I'm in my living room. I don't know how long I was there, but my eyes are swollen and my throat is hoarse from screaming. I lay there for a time, processing it all. Every time I close my eyes, I see the horror unfold. And as I finally get up from the couch, I find myself trying not to blink. I climb to my feet, find my keys, and grab the envelope on the way to the door. I get in my car and drive away, leaving the apartment behind me with no intention of going back. I keep the envelope close to me. I drive for a while, taking roads without any real direction or course in mind. I don't look in the rearview mirror, and I don't check the streets around me. The ringing is gone, and I roll the windows down to hear the outside and feel the wind on my face. I keep driving, looking at things in town I never paid attention to. Shops I never noticed, people walking down the street. I look at everyone's cars, what they're driving, and who they're with. Everything looks so peaceful. As night falls, I keep driving until I'm at the edge of town. I find a bar with a neon sign of a smoking gun, and I pull in to have a drink. I keep the photos on me, tucked under my jacket so I don't lose them. The place is pretty busy, but as I walk to the bar, it seems like two gentlemen are ending their night. One is bald with a mustache and full of muscle. The other is particularly average, but smiling wide. I let them pass and take their spot, enjoying the music as I settle into one of the stools. The barkeep comes over and I order a drink. 2 inches of vodka with a pineapple slice. I tilt it to my lips and drink slowly, savoringly. It tastes terrible. I enjoy my terrible tasting drink and ignore the growing feeling of being watched. It won't be long now, I'm sure. Emily wanted to be scared. At first I shared her enthusiasm, but after setting up a few movie nights, she set out to look for something more. In the ruins of the internet, buried under old forums and long-forgotten pages, she found what she was looking for. I still don't know what it is, but what I do know is it was waiting for her, lurking in the graveyard of left-behind IPs and dormant threads until someone dug too deep. I don't know where she is, but I have a feeling that soon I'm going to find out, and I'm scared. But she's alone. She left behind a blank spot on a photograph in the crook of my arm, and I remember what is missing. I remember her. That memory makes the waiting almost bearable. Sometimes someone just needs a friend. I've been reading these stories and want to share one of my own, for the only reason to maybe help people see signs of trafficking. I'm a 27-year-old man, and this happened this year in 2024 over the summer. In Ohio, there is a huge tourism location called Put-in-Bay in Kelly's Island. A lot of people go to these spots to get really drunk and hang out with friends. You have to take a ferry to get to either location, and it tends to be a really fun time. Me and my wife went there this summer with a few friends and got an Airbnb on the islands. While we were at Kelly's, we stopped at a bar to get a couple drinks. My friends and I are pretty social, so while at the bar, we start talking to this couple that seemed fairly nice. Later, to find out that these two people were up to something very nefarious. They both seemed very friendly. The strange girl seemed relatively average looking, spent a lot of time with the two girls in our group, one of which was my wife, the other my friend's wife. The strange guy was chatting up the guys, about 5 of us, telling us about his old occupation in Europe as a soccer referee. The strange guy was buying all of our drinks and laughing with us. Being someone who went to college, I am very used to watching drinks to make sure they go straight from the bartender into people's mouths. Me and my friends are also very adept to handling our liquor, and me and my friend were constantly checking on our wives. Eventually, the guy asks us to play volleyball. We get the ball from the bartender, and I insist we all play. I walk over there with a couple friends, and that's when things start to get a little odd. The girls and a couple of our friends were seemingly reluctant to play volleyball. They were too far for me to hear. This goes on for a minute while I am watching them the whole time, and that's when I notice that it's starting to get somewhat late, and we will need to be catching our ferry soon. I go over to the group at the bar with the group waiting to play volleyball, and this is when my wife cues me in on what's going on quietly. My wife tells me the strange girl is trying to get our wives to go to another bar on the island to get some tequila, and how strangely persistent she is to do so. I try to calm her down and tell her strange girl is just being friendly. Then I told the group it's time to start heading towards the ferry, which we are early for, and invite our new friends to join us at the bar by the ferry. Our friends are excited to join us and say they were going that way anyways. We then pack up our golf carts we rented and head to said bar. And oddly enough, the strange couple didn't follow us, and we never see them again. Once, out of earshot, me and my friends start discussing the strange couple. Thankfully, our wives were very aware of the red flags these two were giving all of us. We talked about how they were trying to separate the girls and take them to a bar that we found out was actually closed at the time, and how persistent she was to do so. How they were both foreign and very aggressively trying to get us all drunk. The weird mannerisms and bailing out at the last second even though they told us they would join us. We were convinced they were trying to traffic the girls by the end of the conversation. I know this is not all that scary of a story, but trafficking is becoming more and more common, and everyone should be careful. Strange foreign couple at the bar I cannot remember the names of. I hope we never meet again. This happened over a decade ago when I was 12 years old. I live in a small town in Oklahoma, and in my neighborhood the houses are fairly spread apart, separated by woods. It was a school day, so my grandma picked me up from school and brought me home. This was the first year that I got dropped off at my house alone. Before this, I would just go to my grandma's house after school. I would get dropped off at around 3 p.m., and my parents would be home around 4:30. Not that big of a deal. Today, for some reason, my dad wasn't going to be home until later, around 7, and my mom, a teacher, wouldn't be home until around 8 p.m. because she had parent-teacher conferences at the school. This happened in early fall, so it wouldn't even be dark until like 8:30 p.m. I did what I usually did when I got home. I ran upstairs, got on my Xbox 360, and played Minecraft with my friends. Today it was just me and my friend Seth. I was playing for about 2 hours when I heard a car door shut in my driveway. No one should have been here until like 7 p.m. My house is set up to where my upstairs has windows that look over my driveway. So with my mic on and controller in hand, I went to the window to see who it was. Maybe my dad got home earlier than expected. I looked outside. It was a red truck. No one I know drives a red truck. The person pulled into the middle of my driveway sideways, like he owned the place. When I looked out the window, I saw a man with a hat, wearing a big camo hoodie and jeans. It was September, so no one should have been wearing a big hoodie and jeans in Oklahoma. By the time I looked, he was already almost out of view, going up my walkway to my front door. I thought maybe it was one of my dad's friends, or someone my dad hired to do something, but he would usually tell me if someone was going to be coming over. Soon after, I hear a knock at the door, then another. I go to my other window that has a better view of the walkway up to my front door. I see the guy walking back down the walkway. I switch and go back to looking through the windows overlooking my driveway. I'm relaying all of this to Seth, still with my mic on. I tell Seth that he's walking back to his truck now. Instead, he walks past his truck and tries to open my garage side door. At this point, my heart sinks. I tell Seth that this guy just tried to get into my house. Mind you, it is literally broad day at like 5 p.m. Luckily, it was locked because sometimes we forget to lock it. After he tried the door, he starts walking to my back patio. I drop my headset and I quietly run downstairs to see what he is doing. I get downstairs and stand behind the wall so I'm not visible from the back door living room windows. I just listen. I hear him try to open the door. Then I hear a thud. It sounded like he dropped a brick on the ground or something. At this point, I'm more scared than I've ever been. I wanted to call my parents or grandma, but I didn't have a cell phone yet. The only phone in the house was in my kitchen. I would have to cross my living room to get there, and he would be able to see me if I went into there. A few seconds after the thud, I peeked around the corner and he was gone. I run back upstairs and put my headset back on, telling Seth that he just tried to open the back door as well. As I'm telling him this, I hear a car door shut. This time when I look out the window, he finally got in his truck. I looked at the truck closer and I noticed the only thing he has in his truck bed was a crowbar and shovel. He sat in his truck for what felt like a few minutes. During this time, Seth told me to get my iPod and take a picture of his license plate. He was parked to where I couldn't see it. Then he drove backwards out of my driveway and down the road. A few minutes after he was confirmed gone, I went downstairs to see what the thud could have been. I get to the back door and see that the doormat was moved. Both big plant pots had been moved as well. He was looking for a key. Holy fuck. We have a hidden key back there too. The key to the back door was under one of the smaller plant pots on a ledge near the door. not the bigger ones that he had checked under. I went to the front porch and all the pots looked like they had been moved too. I don't know what I would have done if he was able to find the key or if he just broke in. After he left, I called my dad and told him what happened. When my dad got home, he had a cop come over and I told him what happened and gave him a description. The guy never came back. When I was younger and just got into online college, I got my first apartment. I had 3 jobs and one was third shift, but I was more than ready for independence. While I had a great time there, I did have one problem: my new downstairs neighbor. So the other tenants are a bit older than I am, with one of them being an old man who lived there for 20 years. The other was an older woman with a small kid, probably been here for 3 or 4 years, and an empty apartment downstairs. I keep to myself, so I never really spoke to any of them before until I noticed that there was a new move-in. A man that seemed close to my age, maybe a little older, black greasy hair and a little overweight. But on my experience living here, people seemed nice and I was happy to possibly have someone to say hello to. That possibility turned sour really quick when a casual hello turned into "that trash stinks" remarks from him when I was taking out the trash and snide remarks under his breath when I've done nothing. Even remarking on my sister's lack of a bra when she came to visit me. Naturally, I was grossed out and annoyed that he had to comment on anyone, especially my sister, and told the landlord nothing came of it, of course. One day I was asleep and someone came banging on my door. I had no idea who it was and my anxiety was beyond strong. I'm alone and never expect a knock that wasn't planned. It was the neighbor saying that I was being too loud and I need to stop harassing him. I explained through a closed door that I was asleep and that I was not making noise. He left and stomped down the stairs while muttering and calling me a bitch. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. I went back to bed only to hear him coming back up the stairs and bang on my door. When I addressed him again, he said that I was harassing him and that he's calling the cops because I'm still making noise. I told him to ask the other neighbor because there's no way that I could possibly be making noise when he is on the other side of the building. He thanks me politely before stomping off and cursing and calling me a bitch yet again. I tell the landlord right away that one of his tenants is acting hostile and I don't feel comfortable, safe, and he tells me he will look into it. I hear nothing for a week. It turned out it was the old neighbor hitting the floor with a stick like one of those classic cartoons because the rude neighbor was playing music too loud. I swear he should have known that, as I'm on the other side. It was like he wanted an excuse to come speak to me. The following months it got worse. One day I walked out in a snowsuit so that I can play in the snow. Big kid at heart. He had to remark on my clothing being unnecessary, even when there's 3 feet of snow out. I forgot what I said in response, something like it's not his business, but he basically just said fuck you. I just walked off to go play in the snow. It gave me little enjoyment because of the earlier interaction, so I went back home to get ready for work. The snowstorm got worse and I had just came back from my night shift. I see him alone in the parking lot with the car on and the windows up. I was on high alert as I carefully walked around and up the alley to my apartment. The second I close the door to go upstairs, I hear loud, wall-shaking music. It's him. He's blasting his car music at max volume. In a snowstorm at 3 a.m., I was surprised and confused because what was his reasoning? He did it until 8 o'clock in the morning, and I found out later it was to spite the old neighbor for telling him his music is too loud. Soon it all started getting serious, cursing in the hallway and playing music louder. With the police knocking at our doors asking us about a noise disturbance and now a mutual hatred amongst the neighbors at the asshole who kept us all up. But that's not the worst part. I just got back from my night shift and it's 3 a.m. yet again. I'm dragging my tired feet over to the mailboxes that are right inside the townhouse door. As I'm looking through the ads and letters, his door opens at the top of the stairs. My stomach tightens, hoping I don't have to interact with him, but drops when he starts speaking unintelligibly. At the top of the stairs, he gurgling and mumbling something. "What?" I said. But he repeats the same weird sounds again, only more aggressive. I felt something was more than off, and noped right around and out the door, heading back to my car. I thought I'd rather sleep in my car than possibly be attacked in the hallway. And as I'm having the thought, I hear the window above slam open. I freeze and then spin back around the edge of the corner. It's him, and he's looking for me out the window. I stand there for a moment listening to him, and he's speaking gibberish and yelling. I thought to myself that it was my chance to sneak upstairs, past his door, and into my apartment. I sped up the stairs and past his door to the second flight of stairs. Right as I reach the top of second flight of stairs, his door swings open with a big slam that makes me jump, and I hear him muttering and gibberishly speaking loudly while walking up the stairs. My heart is beating out of my rib cage as I am simultaneously walking and fishing my keys out of my bag. Like a classic horror movie, I kept fumbling the keys looking for the correct one in the dark hallway as I hear him walking up the last couple steps. I mentally told myself not to panic as I spot the correct key and slide it into the keyhole on the first go. I swing the door open and practically launch myself inside before slamming it shut behind me. I pause and hold my breath as I hear him just 5 feet from my door, muttering gibberish and calling me a bitch before walking back downstairs and out the building. I watched him through a crack in my window, blind, pacing back and forth, muttering, cursing, and at one point screaming before walking up into the night. With a little bit of relief, I head to bed, hoping he doesn't come back. The next day, I get a text from the landlord. He says that guy was arrested and won't be coming back. Seems he was off his meds again and attaches a link in the text. Of course, I raised an eyebrow to that comment, thinking, now you tell me. The following link showed a mugshot and a description of his nightly activity to include stealing from a turkey hill, threatening cops that he'll shoot them, punching one of them, and previous to all this, it said, earlier in the night when he dropped his pants and rubbed himself against a window, then ran around the town square while yelling. Never did see him again, just his family coming in and moving his stuff. This happened when I was in college. As I've said in some of my previous stories, that was a period in my life where just a lot of creepy shit happened to me. I don't really know what I was doing to attract so many weirdos at that time of my life, but I probably should have been evaluating my life choices a little more closely. But anyway, on to the story. During college, I worked as a tutor at school, but on the weekends I would sometimes babysit for family friends. One of the kids was actually old enough that he didn't need a babysitter. We'll call him Chris. But he wasn't old enough to watch the younger kid. We'll call him Kevin. Thus, my presence on the night that would prove to be honestly terrifying as fuck. I don't know, maybe you won't think it's as bad as I felt like it was. We'll see. Okay, so anyway, I was babysitting for this family one Saturday night. The parents didn't usually stay out too late, getting home at like 10 p.m. or earlier even most nights when I babysat for their monthly date night. But this particular night was a special situation. I can't remember the circumstances of it now, but I mean, I was 19. I could stay out past 10 p.m. They figured they'd be home by 1 a.m. and they said I was welcome to spend the night, but I'd already decided that would not be happening. That house honestly had a super weird vibe. It was kind of isolated and they had all these old buildings on the property. A silo, some sheds, a gigantic barn, etc. Maybe I've watched too many horror movies, but all I could think was that there were so many places for people to hide in those buildings. Plus the house was really old too. And those always freak me out because, ghosts. So I would not be spending the night, that was for sure. So I was babysitting the kids, and Kevin wanted me to go help him find something in the basement. He had all these costumes he used to like to dress up in. Once he scared the absolute shit out of me when he came up behind me in the dark, wearing an ultra-realistic soldier costume carrying a replica musket that I would have sworn was real but turned out wasn't. I nearly lost my shit that night. The basement was the second creepiest part of the house. The creepiest was the attic, obviously, because attics are terrifying. So if he would have asked me to go up there, it would have been a hard no. It wasn't fully finished and was really big with like lots of corners and turns and hallways and shit with a bunch of different rooms. It was actually my first time going beyond the stairway, and I kept thinking that if I had been aware of just how scary this basement was, there was no way in hell I'd be babysitting in this house. But I of course didn't want to look like a wimp in front of a child, so I went with Kevin to his costume area, which was kind of deep into the basement because of course it was. As we were looking for the costume, while Kevin was looking, I was questioning my life choices that had led me to that moment. We heard noises that can only be described as footstep-like upstairs. At first I just said it must be Chris, but then Chris was just suddenly in the doorway scaring the fucking hell out of me. Seriously, no idea where the fuck he came from. And he was like, "That's not me." I remember this moment vividly. The three of us standing near this closet filled with various costumes of varying creepiness in this tiny room in a super sketch basement, listening to what we thought were footsteps upstairs. Well, this is how we die, I thought, weirdly kind of immediately at peace with it. But that only lasted a second before I thought, fuck that shit, and I looked around for a weapon. This is where watching too many horror movies actually came in handy. Of course there was nothing because I was in a child's playroom, and the rest of the basement had little within it apart from like a washer and dryer, which would make a poor weapon unless I could somehow push it onto someone, which seemed unlikely to happen in this particular situation. In the end, I settled on this random crowbar. For real, it was just lying on the floor and neither kid knew why. I cannot express how creepy this basement was, and I prepared to meet our fate while considering just how much of a risk I was willing to take to keep these kids safe. It was at this moment that I realized something. The dog wasn't barking. The family had this golden retriever named Lily who would bark at fucking everything, and she wasn't barking. So I rationalized the sounds as just the noises an old house would make. Plus I realized when we heard the noises we weren't actually under the house itself based on the layout of the basement. We were under the porch. So even if there was someone, it wasn't anyone in the actual house. It could have been anyone, a delivery driver being the most likely explanation. I felt a lot better, but you bet your ass I kept that crowbar. Again, I say horror movies. They seriously prepared me for this type of situation. So the kids and I went upstairs where we found Lily knocked the fuck out. Not like where someone knocked her out, she was just zonked. Like she jolted awake when I touched her because she'd been sleeping that soundly. I actually thought she was dead at first because that was the way this night was going. Once upstairs, I went to the porch and very cautiously opened the door to look for a possible package. It was winter, so it got dark early, meaning it was feasible that a delivery driver would still be working after the sun went down. But naturally, there was no package. Of course there wasn't, right? I wouldn't be posting here if that's how this story ended. So anyway, by this point I was stressed the hell out, but the kids were over it. While they were playing video games and I was Googling the crime rates in this town, all of a sudden Lily perked up and started barking like a maniac. A second later I heard a knock on the door. I just could not catch a fucking break this night. With my crowbar in hand, I walked to the door, and I could see through the frosted window in the door that someone was standing there. I couldn't make out their features, but someone was there. Since I'm not a total dumbass, I didn't open the door, but I did ask through the doorway who it was. The man on the other side of the door said they had a pizza delivery. You already know what I'm about to say. We did not order a pizza. This was before every kid had a cell phone, so the boys couldn't have ordered one. Plus, they had been totally dead to the world while they played video games. And if the parents had ordered pizza, they would have told me. So naturally, I again was prepared to fight for my life. I gripped the crowbar and I told the guy we hadn't ordered a pizza. I thought for sure he was going to insist and try to get me to open the door, but surprisingly he didn't. He just said, "Oh, sorry, my mistake," and he turned and left. At this point, I had a lot of questions, as one would when facing a series of unusual events in a creepy house in the middle of nowhere. So as I saw the guy walk off the porch through the frosted window, I opened the door just slightly. I wanted to see this guy, in case I needed to identify him out of a lineup or something eventually. But by the time I opened the door, he was walking away, so I only saw his back. But I immediately noticed two strange things. I didn't see a pizza in his hands, and I didn't see his car. The latter I could rationalize because he might have parked on the street, which would have been strange since they had a large horseshoe-shaped driveway, but maybe. But there was no pizza. I guess technically it might have just been blocked from view, but I doubted it very much. I almost called him out on this too in a burst of ill-timed bravery, but then I realized that if I did, he would know the jig was up and would have nothing to lose. So I just closed and locked the door. Later that night, Lily was again knocked out and the kids were upstairs in bed. I didn't think I'd fall asleep. I honest to God was sitting there with the crowbar in my hands on high alert, like I was about to be in a fight for my life. In hindsight, maybe it was a bit of an overreaction, but I wasn't going to be one of those idiots who dies because they underestimated a threat level. I might as well have suggested the kids and I split up, which of course I realized in that moment that was essentially what had happened. They wouldn't have been much help to me anyway. Well, actually, Chris might have because he was 14, as tall as I was, and could break a board with his fist. Maybe I should have kept him around. Anyway, eventually I did fall asleep for like a half hour and I was awoken to the sound of an owl. I'm a really light sleeper, so either the owl hooting woke me up or else it was just a coincidence. But I heard the owl when I woke up. Only, it didn't sound quite right. It sounded almost like an owl, but something was off about it. As I look back on this now, What I did next was extraordinarily foolish given the events that had transpired that night, but I think my tired brain wasn't working fast enough. That's the real killer in horror movies: exhaustion. In my fatigued state, I decided to investigate. I went to the door and listened. The owl was still hooting, but it still sounded weird. I couldn't figure out why it sounded so off, and this is when I did another stupid thing. I opened the door. With the door open, I could hear the owl a little better, and I looked into the darkness, shining the light on my phone around, and given that this was early 2007, the light left a lot to be desired. Suddenly I heard the owl again, and I honest to God gasped because this was when it all came together. The hooting didn't sound like an actual owl, it sounded someone a human imitating an owl. For real, even recalling it now for this story is giving me literal chills. Maybe it doesn't sound like a lot, but it was one of the truly terrifying experiences in my life. The moment where I realized this, my heart was about to fucking pound right out of my chest, and I still had the beam of light from my phone pointed into the darkness. And that was when I saw it reflected off of a set of eyes that were at the level a human's would be. And remember, this was 2007, so that light was total shit, which means the owner of said eyes was uncomfortably close, though it was so dark outside I couldn't make out anyone. I wasn't tired anymore, so I came to my senses, locked that fucking door, barricaded it with a chair, and retreated into the living room after checking all of the downstairs windows again. I also grabbed big-ass knife from the kitchen, like a Michael Myers-style knife, because at this point I legitimately thought I might need it. I really contemplated calling the police, but what was I going to tell them? That something outside was making owl noises and had eyes? They'd be like, "That's a fucking owl, you idiot," and then probably hang up on me. So I just sat on the couch again, this time clutching the knife and crowbar both, and I tried not to think about all the horror stories I had read or seen, especially the ones involving well-meaning babysitters meeting gruesome ends, but I was not successful. And I did not fall asleep again. Around midnight, the couple came home. I had texted them to kind of warn them without sounding like I had completely lost any shred of cool I had left, which would have been an accurate way to read my texts. I just said that I thought I had heard someone outside, so be careful when they got home. They were totally unbothered because they lived in some bizarro world where bad things didn't ever happen to good people. They walked in nonchalantly while I put the knife away before they saw me clinging to it like a shipwreck victim clings to any piece of floating debris they can find. And this was when they told me that they thought they had heard someone outside a few nights ago. Because of course this wasn't something you would tell your babysitter beforehand. I mean, why would I need to know that? So I took my very well-earned, I swear to Jesus, money, ran to my car and got the fuck out of there. Once I got home, I realized I still had the crowbar, and I won't lie to you, I never brought it back. I mean, because of their critical omission of information, I lived what was very nearly an actual nightmare, so I fucking earned that crowbar too. This was the end of my babysitting career. Only one other time did I babysit for them, and that was during a legit medical emergency one of the parents was having. Everything turned out fine in the end, luckily. I mean, I couldn't well turn them down when they called me in desperation. And nothing weird happened that night, thank fuck, because I don't think I would have the mental capacity to deal with this shit again. But you know, even all these years later, I know one thing with absolute certainty: that was not an owl. I've been staring at this blank page for hours. I don't know why I feel compelled to write it all down. It's not like anyone will believe me. Hell, I wouldn't believe me. Trauma-induced delusions, survivor's guilt. That's what they'll call it. Whatever cute little label they slap on this madness, it doesn't matter. I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't just in my head. I worked aboard the Coldwater Marlin for 5 seasons. 5 miserable winters hauling nets in the North Atlantic. A place so cold it chews through layers of gear like it's nothing. You don't work on a boat like the Marlin because you want to. You work there because you've got nowhere else to go. We were a rough lot. Guys with bad habits, bad luck, or both. Drunks, debtors, and drifters. Hal Foster, the captain, once said that the Marlin didn't run on diesel. It ran on desperation. He wasn't wrong. We even earned the reputation as the Foster kids. Ask around and they'd tell you why. They'd say ain't no other daddy wants 'em. They weren't wrong, but none of us cared about that all that much. We had a job, and the captain treated us all right. That being said, the ship itself was an old beast. Rusted at the seams, groaning like an arthritic old man with every swell. Inside it was worse. The walls were streaked with salt and grease, and the air smelled like rotting fish and diesel fumes. Everything felt damp, like the ocean had already started claiming her. Looking back, maybe it had. We'd pushed farther north than usual on that trip, chasing rumors of a dense shoal that would make the cold and misery worth it. Hal was restless this go-round. He spent his time chain-smoking in his cabin and muttering over the charts. Something about this run felt office, but we ignored it. You should never ignore it. The nights heading up there were the worst. Out in the open sea, the darkness comes alive. The sea whispers and howls, and the cold seems to rub up against you, searching for cracks to slip through. And sometimes, if you stare out at the dark water too long, you start seeing shapes, things that move too fast to be fish. I always told myself it was just exhaustion. You end up telling yourself a lot of things out there. But all that was before we found her. It was just another haul at first. The winches screamed as the nets came up, the load heavier than expected. The guys were already cracking jokes about a big payday. Then Carlos froze. What the hell is that? I didn't see it at first, just a writhing mass of fish scales and seaweed. But then something shifted and I saw her. Pale color, too smooth, no shimmer, human skin. She was small, no older than 8, her body tangled in the net. Her lips were sewn shut with rusted fishing wire and iron fishing hooks. The flesh was swollen and raw. It wasn't the work of a surgeon. It was crude, violent, and old. And yet she was alive. Her chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. Her hair clung to her face, matted with seaweed. But her eyes were the worst. Wide open, staring but seeing nothing. The same look as the mountain of fish pressed against her. "Pull her out!" Hal barked over the intercom, but his voice cracked. A sound I'd never heard from him before. Carlos and Jake hesitated, then reached into the net, their hands slick with fish slime. They laid her softly on the deck like she might shatter, but she didn't move. "What do we do?" Jake's voice shook. He looked to Hal, but Hal was just standing in the wheelhouse, staring through the glass. Carlos didn't wait for an answer. "We can't leave her like this," he said, pulling out his knife. I wanted to stop him. I wanted to shout at him to stop and think, that whatever was going on here wasn't possible. But instead, I just stood there and watched as he began cutting the wire. The girl didn't flinch, didn't make a sound. When the last piece came free, her lips parted, blood trickling down her chin. Then she opened her mouth. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a word. It was a drone, low and humming. A noise that seemed to crawl into your ears and settle inside your skull. It wasn't loud, but it filled the air, vibrating in your bones, thrumming in your chest. Carlos stumbled back, clutching his ears. "What is—" he started to say, but he didn't finish. He turned and walked straight to the edge of the deck. I didn't understand what was happening. None of us did. Not until Carlos climbed over the railing and jumped. God help me, I didn't try to save him. None of us did. The splash stole the silence. Then the girl sat up, her lips moving, the note growing louder. She crossed her legs and tilted her head like she was singing a lullaby for her classroom. I can still hear it sometimes, the song, I mean. It wasn't just a note, it was something profound. Something that scratched its way into your brain and dug its claws in. The memories are coming back like a flood now, overwhelming me, choking me with details and visions. I can't write this fast enough. Fuck, I wish we just tossed her back. Sorry, this is hard to write. I'll keep going. So Carlos was the first to go, but he wasn't the last. After he jumped, we just stood there, dumbstruck, staring at the dark water where he disappeared. It was Will who broke the silence, running to the edge, shouting, "Carlos!" His voice was raw. He bolted to the railing, leaning so far over I thought he'd fall too. "Carlos, get back to the surface. We'll toss a line." He scouted over the railing, scanning the waves, but there was nothing. No sign of him, no thrashing, nothing but the endless churn of the sea. The girl didn't move. She just sat there on the deck, dripping wet, her head tilted slightly to one side like she was listening to something in her ear. Her lips were moving, but that song, God, that song. It wasn't just in the air. It was in us, oscillating our teeth, buzzing behind our eyes. "Shut her up." Hal's voice cracked over the intercom. He was still in the wheelhouse, watching everything but not coming down. "Get her to stop." Jake was the one who went for her. Big, gruff Jake, who never flinched at anything, stomped right up to the girl. "All right, that's enough," he bellowed. He grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her like she was a misbehaving kid. "Hey, shut it, stop!" She didn't even look at him. Her eyes were blank, unfocused, like she wasn't really there. The sound kept coming, growing louder, sharper, like it was burrowing into our skulls. Jake's grip loosened and he stumbled back, clutching his head. "Make it stop," he muttered, his voice cracking. "Make it stop, make it stop." And then he turned, slamming his head into the steel wall of the cabin. Once, twice, 3 times. The wet, sickening crunch of bone and flesh made me want to gag, but I couldn't look away. Blood smeared the wall in streaks, but Jake didn't stop until he collapsed to the deck, his face unrecognizable, his head concaved. That's when the real panic set in for us. Will bolted for the door to the crew quarters, screaming something incoherent. Danny, the youngest of us, just stood there, shaking, tears streaming down his face. "What's happening?" he kept whispering, like a prayer, like someone was going to answer him. The hum pulsed, vibrating through the deck beneath my feet. I felt drawn to the edge, my legs carrying me closer, unbidden, shaking like rubber. I don't know how I stayed upright. Maybe it was shock, or maybe some part of me was already detached, already giving up. I don't know. All I know is that the sound was getting louder, more insistent, more melodic. I looked over the railing, and that's when I saw them. At first, I thought it was debris, bits of nets and waste bobbing in the waves. But then I saw their faces, children's heads, pale, bloated, their eyes wide and glassy. Dozens of them floating just beneath the surface, their mouths moving in time with the girl's song, opening and closing, slowly layering their voices in perfect synchronization. A whole choir. My legs finally gave out. I collapsed to the deck, clawing at the steel beneath me to keep from sliding forward, to keep me from falling into the water with them. "Don't listen to the kids," I screamed, though my voice barely sounded like mine. Will came running back, holding his head like he was trying to keep it from splitting open. "They're in my head," he sobbed, his voice high and broken. "I can hear them. I can hear—" He grabbed a knife from the workstation and plunged it into his own throat. The blood sprayed in a hot, sticky arc, and he collapsed beside Jake's body, twitching as the life drained out of him. The girl finally stood up. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, almost thrashing. Her lips parted wider, and the sound shifted, becoming something more rhythmic, more euphoric. It hurt to hear it, but it was beautiful. Danny went next. He just walked past me, silent, tears still streaming down his face. He slipped over Will's blood, leaving a long smear of a red boot print. He straightened himself and continued. He just kept walking. He kept walking until he climbed right over the railing and stepped off. No hesitation, no struggle. Just gone. And the ocean he fell into wasn't quiet anymore. It erupted. The following wave sounded like a spasm of exploding glass, like 1,000 fish breaking the surface all at once. Danny didn't make a sound, but the ocean was roaring. I don't remember deciding to move, but I found myself running into the cabin. I knew I needed to find something to cover my ears. The corridors of the ship felt tighter than usual, closing in on me as the chorus echoed off the steel walls. I grabbed anything I could find. Rags, duct tape, anything to stuff in my ears. I kept winding the tape over my head until my ears bled. Then I stepped back out on the deck to see if there was anyone I could help. I wish I didn't. Off near the bow of the ship, I saw 2 deckhands engaging with each other. Matt and Reynolds. Matt was standing over Ray with a wrench in his hand. He swung down. The crack was a sickeningly wet thud, almost hollow. I watched as Matt raised the wrench again. Another twist of his wrist brought the metal tool down again and again and again until the wrench was hitting more deck than bone. I couldn't hear him, but it looked like Matt was screaming. I turned and darted back towards the stern. I found Stanley and Greg huddled together near the entrance to the wheelhouse. They'd stuffed their ears too, and we shared a look that didn't need words. I pointed to the door, asking them to open it. They shook their heads. Stanley motioned towards the observation window above us. It was painted red. Flickers of sparks and flames illuminated what should have been the control system. I looked back at the men. Greg made a pistol gesture with his hand, pointed it at his temple, then mimicked firing a shot. Captain Foster was gone. I slumped down next to the both of them. The song was piercing right through our ear protection. We knew we'd crack soon. We were just picking straws to see who it'd end up being first. And it turns out it'd be Stanley. He ripped the tape out of his ears, screaming that he couldn't take it anymore, and ran for the edge. Greg tried to stop him, but he couldn't run as fast. I didn't even try. I couldn't. I watched Greg jump in after him. Instead of joining them, I ended up walking across the deck towards the cold storage containers. There were 20 men aboard the Marlin when we started our trip. By now, a good handful had jumped. But the ones still aboard, the ones that I could see, were little more than rapidly freezing masses of meat plastered against cold steel. Matt was also missing from the last place I saw him. Ray was too, though chunks of Ray were stuck to the railing, thrown overboard like a feed bucket. As I walked past the open door to the lower levels, I could vaguely hear the girl's melody echo out through my ear protection. I wondered if Matt went down there with her, or if there were half a dozen other Matts brutalizing each other in those cramped corridors. I didn't want to envision what was going on down there, but I did. I ended up barricading myself in one of the shipping containers. I don't know how long I stayed there for. Days, weeks, time lost all meaning. All I could hear was the faint hum of her song, always there, pleading for me to step out. And then all at once it stopped. When they finally found me, I didn't recognize them at first. I was slumped in the corner of the shipping container, curled into myself like a frightened animal. The banging on the steel door was distant, muffled. For a moment I thought it was her, that she'd come back, that the song would start again and drag me down like it had the others. But it wasn't her. When the door creaked open, I blinked against the sudden light. Voices filtered in, real voices, not the broken voices of dead deckhands that I had grown accustomed to. They were always accusing me, always asking why I didn't jump ship with them, asking why the life of one dreg was worth more than the life of the next dreg, and the hardest one, asking me why she let me go. A man in a bright orange winter rain suit knelt in front of me, his gloved hand on my shoulder. "You're safe now," he said, his tone gentle. But I saw the way he looked at me, the way his eyes flicked over my fluid-stained clothes, my emaciated figure and my sunken face. He wasn't sure what he'd found. They pulled me out of the container and onto their vessel, the Arctic dawn. The air was frigid, the sky overcast, the sea a vast gray expanse stretching toward the horizon. I watched as the Coldwater Marlin was drifting silently behind us, its once busy deck now lifeless and slick with frozen blood. I didn't say much at first. I couldn't. My throat was raw, my mind a fractured mess. They gave me blankets, water, and something hot to drink. I remember the captain, a middle-aged man with a beaten-down face and kind eyes, asking me questions. What happened? Where was my crew? How long had I been out there? I couldn't answer. How do you explain something like this? How do you tell someone that the ocean swallowed 20 men because of a little girl with sewn-shut lips? Eventually, they stopped asking. Maybe they thought I was in shock. Maybe they just didn't want to know. As the hours passed, I started to piece together fragments of what they told me. The Marlin had been spotted drifting aimlessly, its radio silent, its engines dead. The crew of the Arctic Dawn boarded her, expecting to find mechanical trouble or a stranded crew. Instead, they found nothing. Just blood on the deck, some personal belongings scattered in the cabins, and me, locked in that container. No bodies, no signs of struggle beyond the blood. Eventually, I tried to tell them about her. The girl, the song, the heads in the water. But the words sounded ridiculous even to me. The captain listened quietly, his expression unreadable, but I could see the doubt creeping into his eyes. That night after I said my piece, I sat alone in the galley. I overheard the other crewmates talking. They didn't know I could hear them. "Maybe he snapped," one of them said. "Killed the others and lost it." "Doesn't explain the blood," another replied. "There's too much of it for just one man. No way one man can cause that type of mess." "Could have been pirates," someone else suggested. But the words hung in the air, hollow. Pirates don't leave a ship untouched, and if someone goes missing, there'd be a ransom already in the works. When the captain walked in, the conversation stopped. He looked at me and nodded, but his expression said everything. I tried to sleep that night, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw their faces. Carlos stepping off the deck, Jake's skull caving in against the wall, Danny's vacant stare as he walked into the sea, and her, always her. That blank expression, those dark, unblinking eyes. In the early hours of the morning, I heard it again, faint, almost imperceptible, like a hum carried on the wind. I bolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. I ran to the deck, desperate to convince myself it wasn't real. The ocean was still, eerily calm under the gray light of dawn. But I saw something, a ripple, a flicker of movement just beneath the surface. And then they appeared, the heads. Not dozens this time, but hundreds bobbing silently in the water, their mouths opening and closing in perfect rhythm. I backed away, trembling, but I couldn't look away. Their eyes locked onto mine, and I felt it again, that pull, that irresistible urge to join them. I screamed for the others, but by the time they came, the water was empty, just waves and wind and the endless gray horizon. They think I'm crazy. Maybe I am, but I know what I saw, and I know it's not over. No, it's... My name isn't exactly important, but my story is. I'm an 18-year-old girl whose family has been members of the Eternal Jubilee Church for the last 8 years. We haven't missed a service or event in years, and my father has become a deacon in the last few months. My parents do well enough to accommodate the church's above-average tithing expectations. They give 15% of both their incomes every week and also donate to every charity drive the pastor comes up with. Given our rank within the church, our family attends higher-tier services for more devout members. However, we are still considered high-middle followers, and there are services not even my father can attend. It wasn't always this way. I remember my family briefly going to a tiny Baptist chapel before the move. One of my earliest memories was seeing a plush lamb with a pretty blue bow in a Sunday school class. I wanted it so bad, I'd draw pictures of it constantly. Hell, sometimes to this day I'll think of that stupid lamb and its pretty blue bow. I wish we had stayed with that pretty little chapel in that pretty little town. I'd take the lamb over the bull any day. Christ over Sinclair. My family was struggling financially before the move here, fighting tooth and nail just to put food on the table. We bounced from place to place with more fresh starts than I can count. Dad was a terrible businessman and loose with his pocket. He ruined many career paths in many different towns through his poor decisions and drinking. We even lived in his van for a month or two. Waking up to my father having a mental breakdown over the $5,000 in parking tickets has been forever burned into my mind. We were on our last legs before stumbling into this town. It was just as rough at first, until Dad came into contact with a strange man in a strange suit. A pastor by the name of Lysander Sinclair. This odd man took great interest in our family. He was like a cartoon character brought into our world, just so strange and brightly colored. A former rock star, you could tell Lysander never quite let go of the past. I've listened to his old music a few times, not a whole lot to write home about. His biggest hit song, The Crazy Chord of the Cobra King, only barely edged into the top 40 for a few weeks. Godspeed Street, Rebuilding Sodom, and The Ballad of Avery Cain are decent songs for what they are, but that was more of Rico St. Wild's and Randy Rain's talent. Though Lysander Sinclair has nothing positive to say about them. Say what you will about the pastor, but for the first time our family began to thrive. Finally landing a well-paying position, Dad decided we would stay in this town. Our family was always spiritual, but not very religious. I suppose this is why my parents converted religion so quickly. The religion that is actually taught within the Eternal Jubilee isn't exactly Christianity, more like something hiding behind it. It has the facade of a Southern Baptist church, though this couldn't be further from the truth. The teachings of the Eternal Jubilee don't come from a Bible, and for that matter, you won't find one anywhere near the church. Lysander and his assistant pastors teach from the Gospel of Aaron, a lengthy garble of conflicting verses and strange stories, mostly kept vague, fluid, and ambiguous. The actual doctrine is surprisingly sleazy. I never personally understood any of it, but my family has never been more successful. I was always heavily involved with the youth ministry, and as I aged, it became expected of me to become one of the church's youth leaders. The youth pastors are somewhat of Lysander's personal pet projects, as his assistant pastors are some of his oldest associates who blew into town with him. Youthful, vain, and eager to please, the young apostles are disturbed men and women who have been guided by Lysander's hand. This rogues gallery consisted of Lane Vandross, Irene Cogdall, Anthony Pearson, Missy Fleming, Noah Lyman, Connie Underwood, and Damian Randalls. There were many more, but these are the most prominent within the contrived hierarchy of the church. Children of lower caste families would be forced to attend different events with different leaders. Overall, our youth ministry was led by Lane Vandross, an extremely volatile man, and by far the most zealous of the lot. While not as manipulative as Irene or as snide as Noah, Lane was a powder keg of abrasiveness and intense devotion with a fragile ego as a perpetually lit fuse. All were desperate for Lysander's attention, though. None were as competitive as Lane Vandross. Though never directly stated, one can sense the deep-seated hatred and jealousy each held for one another. Maybe Lane could sense my hidden apathy towards the religion. His eyes would scan me up and down, almost like he was trying to locate a threat. Out of all of them, Connie Underwood was the least high-strung. While the rest fought tooth and nail for any sign of the pastor's approval, Connie just seemed to have stumbled into the church one day. She was just kinda there, but Lysander adored her, much to the rest's ire. Not very bright, but beautiful, physically and emotionally, Connie was the only one I felt comfortable talking to. For all the years within the church, I would feel an occasional unease, but nothing like that night. A blessing and a curse. It opened eyes I didn't even know were shut. If you haven't heard of a youth lock-in, it's a relatively normal event held in churches. Usually kids spend the night at a church, play games, listen to a sermon or two, and try to pull an all-nighter. They sound fun in theory, but from experience they have a weird vibe. Me and the youth pastors were chaperoning such an event one night, locking ourselves and about 20 teens, preteens in the higher-tier youth building. Our youth building was huge and maze-like, consisting of a massive gymnasium, a parlor, a kitchen, 10 different classrooms, and other seemingly purposeless rooms. They went all out on our lock-in. We had music, tons of pizza, huge inflatable games, etc. Understandably, mixing teenage hormones with sugar, excitement, and exhaustion is a horrible combination. It was all going relatively well until one of Lane's sermons. Lane, his hair stylized like a young Lysander's, droned on in what seemed more like a rant than a service. And I say unto you, the abnormal, the shunned, the freethinkers, the star-crossed lovers, do you not yearn for true freedom? Not their freedom, not society's freedom, but the bull's freedom. Society pressures us to conform, to embrace a blasphemous normality. Lane's emotions were getting the better of him. Before long, he was shrieking at the top of his lungs with teary eyes. He gently rested a hand on an ominous wooden box lying on a podium. They and their false gods want to tell us what is right and what is wrong, what is moral and what is immoral. But the Gospel of Aaron tells us our God abhors chains. He abhors rules and boundaries. We are taught to sharpen our horns and break all chains of oppression. Any jailer or master must be given to the rack. The bull gives us the strength to rebel, to spit in the face of the self-righteous. Lane howled before plunging his hand inside the wooden box, yanking out a writhing ribbon with an audible gasp from the congregation. Holding it up for all to see, it was a timber rattlesnake, hissing and thrashing violently against Lane's hand. Rattling its tail wildly, most took a few steps back while Lane slowly walked towards the congregation. Without proper treatment and anti-venom, a bite from this snake could easily be fatal. I have faith in my freedom and I have faith in our God, for he protects and provides for his herd. If my words are false and my faith untrue, strike me, serpent, let me taste your venom. Lane, his voice full of bravado, held out his muscular forearm within striking distance of the snake. While the snake hissed and rattled, it refused to bite Lane's wrist. A smile of arrogance and satisfaction was plastered to his face. He's lucky he didn't kill himself. Anyone else wish to test their faith? Lane giggled, sauntering his way to kids, trying to shrink away from the serpent. Lane's eyes focused on me, gaining that suspicious gaze. His smile was beautiful, but oh so terrible. Don't be shy, sister. The bull protects the beautiful, Lane cooed, running his free hand sensually through my hair. I don't know which was more appalling, the snake or the sweet cologne that clung to everything in a 10-mile radius of him. Cornered by a man far bigger than me, there was no escape. Slowly inching the snake closer to me, I surely thought I was about to be bitten. Brother Lane, that's enough. Stop it, please. I squeaked, which must have been the funniest thing Lane Vandross has ever heard. Almost collapsing from a laughing fit, Lane put a hand on my shoulder. Modest. Our sister doesn't wish to show us how pure her faith is. You think you'd show us up? It's okay, sister. The bull loves the prideful. Modesty is a deadly flaw. Remember, instinct is law. Lane spat coldly before reaching the snake out to Connie Underwood's neck. With a quick strike, the youth leader fell to her knees in pain. Connie's bright blue eyes widened with the cold realization, gripping the bite mark on her neck. Connie was a tiny woman, blonde and pretty, but her face couldn't have looked more frail in that moment. Of course, the children were petrified, but they looked more terrified of Connie than they did of Lane. I don't really know what I would have done, but I instinctively pushed my way past Lane to help Connie, only to be halted by Irene. Her scowl and tacky eyeshadow made her look almost demonic. If there is no evil left in this world, that means Irene Cogdall is dead and buried. A raven-haired, buxom woman of screaming sensuality. She was the prettiest of us all, save for Lane. Subtle, manipulative, and spiteful. Irene was far more dangerous than she seemed. She often played the dangerous game of trying to mold Lane's impulsiveness to her gain. This will lead to her demise one day. Trust me. She was unfaithful, sister. We needed to know, Irene said sweetly, her grip on my shoulder tightening with every syllable. Finally, I was getting tired of her voice. Brother Noah smirked in his usual scornful tone. Well, can't say that I'm surprised. Lane spat as he kneeled to Connie's level. When a sheep tries to run with the bulls, what do you think will happen? Did you really think Lysander wouldn't have tossed you aside eventually? False prophet, sheep. I knew it all along. This is what happens to the unfaithful. Do you know what mistake you made? Yes, Brother Lane. She choked out a weak response. It's a shame, Connie. You really could have tended your soul's soil instead of just playing in the garden, Brother Anthony said, feigning sympathy. Brother Anthony, Brother Noah, help me take Ms. Underwood out back, Brother Damien and the sisters. Make sure everyone is having fun. I don't want to see a frown when I get back. Lane chuckled, throwing the serpent to the ground. With one brutal stomp, Lane crushed the animal's head. I stuck mostly to myself after that, slowly bouncing from room to room without direction. Around 2 a.m., most kids gave up on the all-nighter. I doubt many could actually sleep after seeing tonight's incident, but many pretended to. Those who didn't give up stuck to themselves in groups of 3 or 4, quietly muttering between themselves. Any ounce of teenage rebellion was snuffed out, struck down by the rattlesnake's strike. Lane and the rest were gone for several hours, coming back jittery and somehow more erratic. As the children stuck quietly in their spots, Lane called a private meeting between the chaperones in the parlor. I never quite knew what happened to Connie after that. They say she was taken to the hospital and simply excommunicated from the church for her apathy to the cause. You'd be a fool to trust any word coming out of Lane Vandross's mouth. Pastor Lysander has been informed about tonight's incident. The way a non-believer was able to rise up amongst us is concerning. He made it very clear that our congregation will not suffer another sheep in our midst, Lane said, focusing his gaze on Damien Randall's. Brother Damien was a newcomer, a lithe and athletic man who has quickly risen up in our ranks. Gaining Lysander's attention and confidence, Lane greatly despises Damien because of this. Curly-headed and eyes the color of oak, Brother Damien was especially popular within the congregation. Why are you staring at me, Brother Lane? I have proven my faith time and time again, Damien muttered, quickly raising his guard to Lane's suspicion. Well, any stranger taken off the street will raise suspicion. You've only been with us for what, like a month or two? Connie blew in from nowhere, rose up quickly just like you. As far as I'm concerned, you're Connie with a cock, or maybe it's the other way around, Lane hissed. You think I'm afraid of you, Vandross? Do you think any of us here actually respect you? The snake was a nice trick, but a simple animal doesn't decide the bull's will. Damn fool, Damien retorted, his voice seasoned by malice. Watch your tongue. Do you know who you're talking to? Lane growled in utter disgust and disbelief. The pastor grows bored of you. It's in his eyes. I can see it, they can see it, and you can see it. He's dumped you for a better model. Before long, you'll just be another no-name low tier. Damien laughed. Seething with vitriol, Lane flung himself at Damien with a vicious punch. Quickly darting to the side, Damien countered with a quick jab to Lane's jaw. Lane may have been far bigger and stronger, but none of his blows managed to connect. Faster and with better form, Damien responded with quick strikes to every missed punch Lane threw. Lane was quick for his size, yet not quick enough. Now on the defensive, it seemed like the big man was being dismantled by a series of well-placed blows. Damien's triumph was short-lived, for as quick and disciplined as he was, Lane's hatred was far greater. Lane's punches were savage things, obviously telegraphed, but each punch was obviously intended to kill. A tragic misstep led to one of Lane's brutal punches finally connecting with Damien's head. With that single punch, the fight was over. Unleashing a feral barrage of punches, Damien was knocked around like a plastic bag in the wind. Grabbing Damien's hair, Lane then stomped on the back of his calf before lackadaisically throwing his head to the ground. To Lane, it was far from over. Descending on the broken and beaten Damien, Lane continued to brutalize the young man. Over and over and over, the punches flew. "Goddamn liar!" Lane spat, holding up his bloody fist victoriously to the heavens, almost like to show God his work. "Is he alive?" Anthony asked. What does it matter if a sheep lives or dies? Lane asked quietly as he loomed over Brother Anthony. Brother Anthony turned snow-white, stammering out a sheepish response. I was just curious. It's up to the bull now. Lane smirked, knowing damn well he almost made Anthony Pearson piss himself. He's alive, barely, but alive. The pastor is not going to be happy with you breaking his brand new plaything, Brother Lane, Noah quipped. Lane's face darkened as he slowly approached Noah, putting a firm hand on his tiny shoulder. Noah Lyman never quite knew when to hold his tongue. A slender and effeminate man, Lane Vandross could snap him like dry wood. I think you should stop talking for the rest of the night, Brother Noah. I don't want to hear a fucking peep out of you until I can see sunlight. Noah slowly nodded as Lane patted him on the back. They've always been aggressive, but nothing ever like this. I needed to get out of here. I needed to survive. These people are fucking insane. I need to leave this town. Find a nice little town with a nice little chapel. Pushing my way out of the parlor, I ran through the maze-like hallways, desperately looking for an unlocked exit. The fluorescent lights began to flicker, before gaining an unnatural golden glow. Emitting a pleasant and warm sensation, my escape was then hindered by 1,000 thoughts of doubt. This is normal, they said. It had to be done, they said. Where would you go, they asked. This place gave you everything. Without the bull, you'd have nothing. The halls began to twist and stretch. Doors I've never seen before began to appear. Before long, I was lost in a building I'd been in thousands of times. Closets contorted into new hallways and horned shadows danced on the walls. Where was I? Reaching a gilded door consumed in grapevines, I was frozen in my tracks by an all-consuming feeling of dread. I wasn't alone in these hallways. The door slowly creaked open on its own, revealing a mighty bull, pale and hairless. It had a golden bow wrapped around its thickly muscled neck. Skewered upon its gilded horns, a lamb writhed and bleated in pain. Its blood flowed upward, staining the ceiling in a thick crimson. I tried to run, but fell drunkenly to my knees. My vision was blurred and my speech slurred. I was drunk by its presence. Golden grapevines began to viciously wrap around my body, killing all hopes of escape. 5 pale men or women, I couldn't exactly tell, appeared around the bull. Mighty gilded horns grew from their temples and vines of gold wrapped around their supple bodies. Bear witness, they chanted, before plunging blades into the great hairless bull. As soon as their daggers made contact, I was back in the youth building, in some random closet, in fact. I was dazed and confused. Maybe it was some type of mental break due to the trauma. Well, that's what I thought, until I found the coin in my pocket. A shiny coin of gold engraved with a group of naked people surrounding a bull. A bloody hand was gently placed on my shoulder. It was Lane. Well, looks like someone had their first encounter with the muses. Maybe you have potential after all, sister. Pastor Lysander will be ecstatic, Lane uttered as his grip tightened on my shoulder. I've driven the same back roads home for years, but I'm never taking them again. I can't. Not after what I saw last week. It was late, maybe 11:30 p.m. I just finished meeting with a client who wouldn't stop nitpicking their website redesign. It was easier to take the back roads than to deal with the highway at that hour. No lights, no traffic, just me, the hum of my car, and a stretch of empty asphalt. Usually it's peaceful, but that night it wasn't. About halfway down the road, I saw hazard lights flashing ahead just past a curve. My first thought was that someone had car trouble. I slowed down out of habit, thinking I'd at least ask if they needed help. But then I saw him. There was a man crouched on the side of the road. At first, I couldn't tell what he was doing. It looked like he was rummaging through something. Maybe it was an animal that got hit, a deer or a coyote. I inched closer, and the headlights hit him fully. That's when I saw it. It wasn't an animal, it was a person. He was hunched over the body, his hands digging into its chest. Blood coated his face, dripping off his chin, and he was eating, ripping off chunks of flesh with his teeth. I slammed the brakes, and the screech must have startled him because he looked up. For a second, we just stared at each other. I'll never forget his face. The wide, empty eyes. The blood smeared across his cheeks like war paint, and then he smiled. This slow, deliberate grin that made my stomach turn. His teeth were stained red. I don't know what I was thinking, but I just froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Then he stood up and I swear to God, he started walking toward my car. No, not walking. Running. He came at me so fast I almost didn't react in time. My foot slammed on the gas and the car jerked forward. In the rearview mirror I saw him sprinting after me, his grin stretching wider. His legs moved with mechanical, inhuman precision. He chased me for about 100 feet before stopping, standing motionless in the middle of the road. I didn't stop. I didn't even breathe until I made it home. I parked in my driveway and sat there for a minute, shaking. I told myself it was just some lunatic high on drugs. That's what people tell themselves, right? It's easier than thinking about the alternative. My house isn't much, just a small one-story place with a decent yard. Normally it feels safe. But that night, every shadow looked like him. I locked the doors and windows, double-checked them twice, and sat on the couch with my back to the wall. I don't even own a gun. The best I could do was grab the baseball bat from the closet. I didn't sleep. Every little sound made me jump. Creaks in the floorboards, the wind brushing against the siding. When the motion sensor light over the garage flicked on around 2 a.m., my heart practically stopped. I peered through the blinds, but there was nothing there, just the empty yard. Maybe it was a raccoon, maybe. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. Maybe the guy was just some weirdo messing with me. But then I saw the footprints, muddy, bare footprints leading up the driveway. They stopped right at my front door. I hadn't imagined it. Someone, no, he had been there. After that night, my house didn't feel like home anymore. It felt wrong, like I wasn't alone. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I even tried to rationalize the footprints. Maybe it was some teenager pulling a prank. It didn't work. Deep down, I knew it was him. The second night, at around midnight, the motion light came on again. I didn't go to the window right away. I just sat there on the couch, gripping the bat, trying to convince myself not to look. But curiosity got the better of me. I pulled the curtain back just enough to peek out. There was nothing at first, just my driveway, empty and still. Then I noticed something by the porch, a small pile of neatly stacked rocks. They hadn't been there earlier. That's when my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. There were no words, just a picture. It was of my house taken from the edge of my yard. In it, I could see myself through the window, peering out. My stomach dropped. I didn't sleep that night. The following morning, I called the police. The officer who came out was polite but skeptical. I showed him the picture, the footprints, and the rocks. He jotted everything down but didn't seem too concerned. Probably just a prank, he said. Kids messing around. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't. I'll forward this to our tech team, he added, holding up the photo I'd given him. We'll also check the number and see who it belongs to. You'll hear from us soon. That evening, I went to a hardware store and bought security cameras, extra locks, and floodlights. By the time I finished installing everything, the sun had set. I felt a little safer, but not much. The surveillance gear gave me a sense of control. Like maybe if I could see him coming, I'd have a chance to do something. But that night, the cameras proved useless. Around 1 a.m., I heard a faint tapping on the living room window. Though I was terrified to see what was causing it, I forced myself to check the camera feed. Static. Every channel showed static. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. Bat in hand, I crept to the window and peeked out. Nothing. Just the empty yard again. I went back to the couch and tried to calm down, but the tapping didn't stop. Instead, it moved. First to the living room window, then the kitchen and the bedroom. It circled the house like a predator stalking its prey. By morning, it stopped. When I checked outside, I found more footprints, leading up to every first-floor window in my home. I called my best friend Eric and begged him to come over. I needed someone to talk to, someone to convince me I wasn't losing my mind. Eric showed up that afternoon, unconvinced but willing to help. Look, man, it's probably some head case trying to scare you, he said, but I'll stay a few nights if it makes you feel any better. Strength in numbers, right? That evening, we stayed up late, drinking and trying to lighten the mood. For a while, it worked. I almost felt normal again. But as the hours passed, Eric's mood shifted. The alcohol and the long hours, they were enough to dull his caution. Relax, Jared, he said, laughing off my warnings. You're acting like this guy's the boogeyman or something. When his phone buzzed a moment later, he grabbed it and stood up. I'll take this outside, it's loud in here. Are you kidding me? I snapped, alarmed. He grinned and pulled a small switchblade from his pocket, flicking it open. "I'll be fine. Let him try something. This'll handle it." I tried to protest, but he waved me off. "Chill out, man. I'll be back in 5. I watched him step outside and close the door behind him. At first, everything seemed fine. I could hear his muffled voice as he paced the driveway. But then I heard it. A short, gut-wrenching scream. "Eric!" I yelled, grabbing the bat and running to the door. The driveway was empty. Eric's phone lay face down on the concrete, its screen cracked. A dark, glistening trail of blood led from where the phone had fallen to the edge of the woods. My stomach churned. For a moment, I couldn't move. "Eric!" I called again, my voice cracking. Silence. I stumbled back inside and locked the door behind me. My hands shook as I dialed 911. The police arrived quickly this time. Maybe it was the panic in my voice, or maybe it was the blood. They combed the area with flashlights and dogs, but after hours of searching, they found nothing. No body, no sign of Eric. "Are you sure your friend didn't just wander off and hurt himself?" one officer asked. "No," I said firmly. The cop responded. "How much did you say you boys had to drink tonight?" "I know how this looks, but I know Eric. He wouldn't leave his phone behind, and there's so much blood. You don't really think he did that to himself, do you? Please, you've got to help him." "We'll keep searching," another officer promised. "Let us know if you remember anything else." I wanted to believe them, but their tone made it clear they didn't expect to find him. The next day, Eric's sister called me. She must have heard the news. "What happened?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Where's Eric?" I didn't know what to say. I don't know," I stammered. "He went outside and then he screamed. I called the police, but what?" "They didn't find him," I admitted, guilt knotting in my chest. Her sobs were the only response before the line went dead. That night, the cameras went staticky again. I stared at the flickering screens, dread crawling up my spine as each feed cut to a wall of distortion. My grip tightened on the bat, and I forced myself to move toward the kitchen window, hesitating with every step. I stopped just short of the window, my pulse pounding in my ears. Slowly, I reached out and unlatched it, sliding it open just enough to let the cold night air seep in. For a moment, there was only silence, and then I heard it. "Yard." The voice was faint but unmistakable, drifting through the trees, taunting me. It sent a chill down my spine and made my skin prickle. "Yeah, read," it called again in that same low, eerie whisper, dragging out each of the syllables. Rage surged through the fear gripping me. I leaned out of the window, gripping the frame with one hand and the bat with the other. "You hear me, you sick freak?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "I'm not scared of you. You think you can keep this up? You'll pay for this. Movement caught my eye at the edge of the woods. My words faltered as he stepped into view. The pale light of the moon illuminated him, highlighting the sickly grin stretched across his face. He stood there, holding something in each hand. In his right, Eric's switchblade glinted menacingly. In his left was a severed hand, Eric's severed hand. He raised it slowly, mockingly, and gave me a grotesque wave. Then, locking his empty eyes on mine, he brought it to his mouth. I choked back vomit. The sound of his teeth tearing into flesh was sickening, wet, and deliberate. He chewed slowly, savoring each bite, his grin never wavering. I stumbled back from the window, choking on bile, and slammed it shut. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911. "He's here," I blurted when the dispatcher answered. "He's outside my house. He's got my friend's hand, and he's eating it." The dispatcher's voice was calm but urgent. "Sir, listen to me. Get somewhere safe. Stay with a friend if possible. Officers are on their way now." I nodded shakily and grabbed a duffel bag from the closet. My mind raced as I tossed in clothes, my laptop, and anything else I could think of. I quickly called Jessica, a coworker, and begged her to let me crash at her place. She agreed, no questions asked. The whole time, my ears strained for any sound, any sign the psychopath was still on my property, in the woods or worse. But when I cautiously glanced through the window again, he was gone, melted back into the woods like a shadow. By the time the police arrived at my home, I was long gone. My hands clenched the wheel as I sped through the dark streets, headed toward Jessica's place. An hour later, just after I'd managed to settle in somewhat, my phone buzzed. It was one of the officers who had searched my property. "Jared," he said, his voice cautious but kind. "We've completed our initial sweep of the area. I need to let you know. We found something." I gripped the phone tighter, bracing myself. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. He hesitated, as if trying to find the right words. "We found a hand," he said gently. "It matches the description you provided, and it appears to be Eric's. I'm so sorry." The room spun for a moment, and I had to sit down. Just his hand," I managed, my throat dry. "For now, yes," he replied. "We didn't find any other remains, but we'll keep looking. I know this is difficult, but we're doing everything we can." My chest tightened as I tried to process his words. Did you trace the number?" I asked shakily, needing something, anything, to distract me from the horrific image in my mind. "Yes," the officer said, his tone measured but with a trace of unease. "The number belongs to a man reported missing a few weeks ago. We think there's a connection to your case, and we're actively pursuing it. I promise you, we'll get to the bottom of this." "Thank you," I whispered, though the words felt hollow. "I know this is terrifying," he added, his voice softening, "but you're doing the right thing by staying somewhere safe. If you remember anything else, or if anything happens, call us right away." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "Okay, thank you." "We'll keep you updated," he said before hanging up. I placed the phone down slowly, my hands trembling. Their words had been kind, but the reality was brutal. Worse yet, I was no closer to understanding what was happening or how to stop it. I stayed with Jessica for a week, trying to hold it together, but every night was worse than the last. Sleep didn't come easy, and when it did, I'd wake up in cold sweats. The man's blood-soaked grin burned into my mind. Jessica didn't push for answers. I think she could tell I wasn't ready to talk, but I could feel her unease growing. When I told her I was planning to go back home, she didn't hide her concern. "Jared, are you sure this is a good idea?" she asked, her voice low and cautious. "The police told you to stay away. Maybe it's too soon. The police still haven't identified a suspect, and Eric is still missing." "I can't just stay here forever," I said, though my voice wavered. "It's my house. I can't let him, whatever he is, take that from me." Jessica crossed her arms, her face tight with worry. "And what if going back just makes it worse? What if you walk right into another nightmare?" I hesitated, gripping the strap of my bag. "I don't know, Jess, but I can't keep hiding. If I don't go back now, I probably never will." She sighed, shaking her head. "I get it, but just promise me you'll call if anything happens. Don't try to handle it on your own." "I promise," I lied. When I pulled into my driveway late the following morning, everything looked normal, just the way I'd left it. The curtains were drawn, the lawn was untouched, and the house stood there like it always had. But inside it felt off. The air was stifling, like the house itself knew what had transpired and was bracing for an encore. I wasn't about to let that happen, not without a fight. I installed extra locks and deadbolts on the doors, making sure they'd hold if anyone or anything tried to break through. I bought top-of-the-line security cameras and positioned them to capture every angle of the house, even synced the feeds to my phone so that I could monitor the footage in real time. A new floodlight cast a harsh glow over the entire front yard at night, leaving no shadows for anyone to hide in. And I bought a gun, along with enough ammunition to make damn sure I'd be ready if it came to that. For a few days, it felt like I'd taken control. The house still felt wrong, but I was doing everything I could to protect myself. The police promised to do extra patrols around the neighborhood as well, and they told me I'd be a priority if anything happened. It wasn't much, and I didn't honestly believe they could actually stop him, but it was a nice gesture and it couldn't hurt. Then, one morning, it all came crashing down. I woke up to find something on my doorstep. At first, I thought it was trash, a bone and some kind of meat. But then I got closer and the smell hit me. The bone was long and white, streaked with fresh blood. The meat was raw and reeking, flies already buzzing around it. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. By the time the cops showed up, I was in the kitchen, shaking so badly I could barely hold the coffee mug in my hands. They took pictures, bagged everything, and promised to look into it. But their faces told me everything I needed to know. They didn't have a clue what to do. The next day, it got worse. There were bloody smears on the walls and front door, streaked like someone had dragged their hands across the surface. The day after that, there were more bones, this time arranged in a spiral on the porch. I stopped calling the cops. What was the point? They couldn't stop him. No one could. That's when I started to unravel. Food didn't interest me anymore. I lived on coffee and scraps, barely tasting anything. Sleep wasn't an option. Every creak, every shift in the shadows sent me into a panic. I stopped going to work, stopped answering my phone. Friends and family tried to reach out, leaving voicemails that piled up unheard. Jessica's voice got more and more worried each time, but I couldn't bring myself to answer. How could I explain any of this? I wasn't about to drag her further into it. This was my nightmare to deal with. I spent my nights in the dark, gun in hand, staring at the cameras, waiting for the static to return. Deep down, I knew it was only a matter of time. It was a little after midnight when I heard it. The sound was faint at first, just a whisper carried by the wind. But as it grew louder, my blood turned to ice. It was a voice, a familiar sing-song tone drifting from somewhere beyond the house. Gerd! I tightened my grip on the gun, the cold steel slick against my sweaty palms. Slowly, I made my way to the second-floor bedroom window where the sound seemed closest. The window was cracked open, letting in the cool night air. Gerd! The voice called again. I grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand and shined it into the yard. At first, I saw nothing but the floodlit grass, still and empty. But then he stepped into view. The beam of the flashlight caught his face first, grinning and blood-streaked, his teeth glinting like jagged shards of glass. He stood just at the edge of the woods, dragging something heavy behind him. My stomach dropped when I realized what it was. A body. Limp, pale, and unmistakably human. He stared up at me, his eyes meeting mine as if daring me to look away. Then, with sickening casualness, he crouched down and raised the body's leg. His hands moved methodically, slicing into the flesh with a knife I hadn't seen him draw. I watched, frozen in horror, as he carved off a piece of the leg and brought it to his mouth. My flashlight shook as I let out a scream. "What the hell do you want from me?" I shouted, my voice breaking. The man tilted his head, still chewing as if considering my question. Then he swallowed, his grin widening even further, and for the first time ever he spoke. "I want to know what you taste like." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Before I could react, he unexpectedly dropped the body and hurtled forward, sprinting toward the house. No, sprinting wasn't the right word. He ran on all fours, his movements jerky and unnatural like a rabid animal. I stumbled backward. A split second later, with a deafening thud, he slammed into the front door just below me. The entire house shook, the locks straining under the impact. I barely had time to process what was happening before he changed tactics. Before I had time to react, the sound of glass shattering rang out from downstairs. My stomach plummeted. He'd come through the living room window. I scrambled toward the bedroom door, the gun clutched tightly in my hands. The sound of his footsteps pounding up the stairs was like thunder, each step faster and heavier than the last. When he burst through the door, I didn't think. I just fired. The gun roared in my hands, and the man staggered backward, a bloom of red spreading across his chest. But instead of falling, he let out a guttural snarl and kept coming. I fired again, and again, and again. Each shot seemed to slow him, but only for a moment. He was relentless, shrugging off wounds that should have dropped anyone else. Blood poured from his body, but he didn't seem to care. He lunged at me, grabbing my arm with an iron-like grip. I struggled, firing another shot into his shoulder, but he remained unfazed. His head snapped forward, and before I could defend myself, he sank his teeth into the flesh of my shoulder. I screamed as he tore away a chunk. Blood soaked my shirt as he chewed, a sickening grin spreading across his face. Adrenaline took over, numbing the blinding pain. I drove my knee into his stomach and fired yet again, this time into his head. This time the bullet sent him sprawling across the floor, his body spasming as he hit the ground. But he still wasn't dead. I could see his fingers twitching, his chest rising and falling in shallow, labored breaths. I didn't wait for him to recover. I grabbed him by the legs, ignoring the slick, sticky blood that coated my hands, and dragged him down the stairs. He groaned weakly, but didn't fight back. The basement door loomed ahead. I flung it open and hurled him down the steps, his body thudding against one stair after the other until, finally, he connected with the concrete below. Slamming the door shut, I threw the bolt and shoved a heavy dresser in front of it for good measure. For a moment, there was silence, but it was short-lived. A moment later, the quiet was interrupted by the sound of fists pounding violently against the door. The wood groaned under the pressure, splintering with each blow. It wouldn't hold for long. I looked around desperately for an escape. My eyes landed on the generator I'd bought recently, sitting in the corner of the kitchen. I'd been worried about the power going out and leaving the cameras and floodlights useless. It ran on gasoline and the canister sat beside it nearly full. I grabbed the container, unscrewed the cap, and poured a thick stream of gasoline under the basement door. The pounding grew louder, the door starting to crack as I struck a match and dropped it into the puddle. Whatever this man was, something was very, very wrong. And if gunshots to the head weren't enough to fell him, it was only a matter of time until he caught up to me if I didn't do something drastic. So that's exactly what I did. Even as I lit the match, I was aware of the cost. I just didn't care. Flames roared to life, crawling up the door and licking at the walls. The pounding stopped, replaced by an ear-piercing screech. A sound so raw and primal it made my stomach turn. It was fury, unrestrained and wild, echoing up from the basement. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I grabbed my keys and ran for my vehicle, the fire spreading behind me. By the time I reached the street, the house was fully engulfed. But even as I sat there, gasping for air in the front seat of my car, the sound of that screech echoed in my ears. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up. My shoulder throbbed where I'd been bitten, the wound bandaged clumsily with a strip of my shirt. The blood had soaked through hours ago, and the pain was excruciating, but I didn't dare go to the hospital, for fear of having to explain what had happened. I ended up in a motel on the outskirts of the next city, far enough that I hoped whatever that thing was couldn't follow. The room was cheap and grimy, but I didn't care. I locked the door, shoved the dresser in front of it, and collapsed onto the bed. Sleep came in fits and starts, every noise pulling me back to the surface. The next few days passed in a blur. I knew I couldn't go back, but I didn't know how to move forward either. The house was almost certainly gone, likely reduced to a pile of ash and rubble. I didn't stick around to talk to the fire department or the police. I couldn't risk it. What was I supposed to say? That some kind of monster tried to eat me, so I torched my own home to stop it? They'd lock me up before they'd believe me. I ended up moving to a new city, hours away. It wasn't much, just a studio apartment with a bolt-heavy door. I told myself it was a fresh start, a chance to rebuild. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Every night I triple-checked the locks and stared at the shadows in the corners, expecting them to move. I'd become paranoid and restless, every minor disturbance leaving me on edge. My dreams were worse. The intruder's face haunted them, his grin stretching wider and wider until it split his face in two, his teeth glinting red as he leaned in close, whispering my name. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, clutching the knife I kept under my pillow. I thought that maybe the memories would fade in time, and for a while it seemed like they might. The city felt bigger and safer, and before long the events that haunted me seemed more like a bad dream than something I'd actually experienced. But nightmares have a way of creeping into the real world when you least expect them. It happened on a Wednesday night. I came home from work, tired and hungry, ready to collapse on the couch with a cheap microwave dinner. But as soon as I reached my apartment door, my stomach turned. There was blood smeared all over it, fresh and bright red, trailing down toward the floor. I froze. Slowly I backed away and knocked on the landlord's door. She looked annoyed at first, but her tune changed quickly once I pointed out the blood. "Oh my God, hang on," she said, grabbing the keys to the security office. "Let's check the cameras." We found the footage quickly. It was late the night before, around 3 a.m., when movement was first captured on film. On the screen, a figure stood motionless in the hallway, facing my door, with something dark smeared across its face. Blood. So much blood. Even on the grainy black and white feed, I recognized the outline, its broad shoulders and unkempt hair. My blood ran cold as the figure moved, running its hands along my door, smearing the blood across it. Then, slowly, it turned toward the camera. Its face was partially obscured, but its grin was unmistakable. And as it leaned closer, filling the frame, its tongue darted out, licking its lips. As I watched in horror, it mouthed a single word. "Yard." As the final syllable rolled off its tongue, the screen flickered once, twice, and then cut to static. My heart sank as I woke up to the sun streaming in. A warm, sunny Saturday, that would mean only one thing. We have to get our asses in gear and head outdoors, to a lake or park or something. God forbid we spend a Saturday resting at home after a hard week of work. Sun guilt, my wife calls it laughingly. Apparently we'll feel bad if we don't go outside and enjoy sunshine and nature. No, I won't. Oh, stop grumbling, she says, and it's too late. We're there already, at a local lake. Trudging through the narrow, woodsy trail to get to the lakeside, I look at my wife's bare legs and arms in her flimsy shorts and tank top, brushing against the branches and leaves. She's not a local. Honey, watch out for ticks and bugs, will you? I call. Oh shoot, I forgot the mosquito repellent, she answers, but doesn't seem to mind, and soon enough, we emerge from the woods onto a narrow, stony beach by the lake. We plop down on our towels, a bit winded and sweaty from the short hike. Mosquitoes find us enticing. My wife gives little screams, slapping them away. We decide to go in, to escape them. We wade out together, but then my wife declares the lake is creepy. She is right, it is. The water has a reddish-black tinge to it due to its minerals. It's a bit windy, too. My wife returns to the beach, but I'm in no hurry to join the mosquitoes and ticks, and wade in further, deep enough to dip my head in and swim a bit. I can still hear my wife's little screams in the distance, carrying over the water. I splash around some more, beginning to relax and enjoy the feel of the cool red-blackish water against my skin. My wife's screams are becoming louder. I guess she was calling me to go back as I was drifting further from the shore. I want to ignore the screams, but they have reached a hysterical pitch I have never heard before. Reluctantly, I anchor my feet in the mushy, rocky, weird lake floor, and with water streaming from my eyes, look back at the shore. In time to see giant creatures that look like overgrown ticks and mosquitoes. Huge creatures of monstrous proportions impaling my wife on their enormous sharp protrusions. Before my horror-struck eyes, they rip her apart and proceed to calmly eat bleeding pieces of her, some of them still squiggling. Their fearsome mouths chew in what seems like slow motion. The sound of screaming has long died down. After my first initial paralysis of shock and fright pass, I duck under the water and swim over to the next little beach, about 100 meters over. As I had hoped, that beach was clear of the infestation, the main attraction being obviously elsewhere. I wade towards land, ignoring the things brushing against my legs, and once there, sprint up the trail as fast as I can towards the parking lot. Branches and leaves and other things that I dare not look at catch at me, brushing against my wet skin as I run, but nothing stops me, and soon I am by the highway, sobbing wet and begging for help, but safe from the giant mosquitoes and ticks on the beach by the lake. The police were able to find some bits and pieces of her scattered on the beach, but no sign of the vicious bugs which I described attacking her. They concluded that I was suffering from some sort of traumatic hallucination, and that she had been attacked by a random wild bear or other wildlife, even though no such creature had been spotted in our area. I know what I saw, but I had the sense to stop talking about it after I realized they are not taking me seriously. I have never been out in nature since.